going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda.
I move we adopt the agenda.
I did have one small change, which doesn't really affect the agenda that I was going to request, which was that the Capielli preliminary review should actually be under G, old business. And that's the only item that I saw that we might want to address on the agenda.
I agree. I move to adopt it as amended.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the minutes. Does anyone have any changes? I have a few. The changes I had mostly were spelling changes. Forest Marquise is with 2 R's and Forest and 2 E's at the end of Marquise. And Martin Woodard is spelled as Woodward, but there's no W at the end of that name. And then the only other addition I had to the minutes was that on the Eldon Farms Tourist Home, former Planning Commission member Sharon Pierce has to be recognized by the chair, and she was not. Does anyone have a motion or any other changes? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
Sure.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to the public comment period. We have a public comment period this evening as well as 3 public hearings. So if you're coming to comment in particular on either of the tower sites or the Halberg application, you may very well want to wait until the public hearing portion of this meeting to make your comments. The public comment period is for more specific comments on any other topics. When you are recognized, please stand, come to the microphone, state your name and the district in which you reside, and in the interest of the attendance this evening at this meeting, I would ask you to keep your comments to less than 5 minutes, please. And with that, the comment period is open. Would anyone like to speak?
Yeah, I would, Madam Chairman. This isn't specific to any of the applications that are before you tonight.
Please use my microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm David Connick from Stonewall District. My comments aren't about any of these specific proposals that are before you tonight, but in general, I'd like to address the letter that the Commission got about the comprehensive plan. I forget the exact date of it, it's just a few days now. And I guess no surprise to me and numerous other people who have appeared before the Commission over the last 3 or 4 or 6 or 10 years. They analyzed it from the standpoint of the minimum legal requirements. That's right in the letter. The minimum legal requirements that the Code of Virginia imposes on the Commission. And even applying that standard, the comprehensive plan is vague. It doesn't meet 4 or 5 of the different things that are supposed to be in there. And they're not only not in this comprehensive plan, the code hasn't changed. They're not in any of the previous editions either. And so, once again, I just want to reiterate my previous comments and letters to the board or to the Commission that it ought to take an opportunity to really put some meat on the bones in the comprehensive plan and not do the bare minimum that's required by law, but do something that will protect all these people and all the people that aren't here, that have property in the county and are depending on this commission primarily to protect them and protect their interests and not let the county be despoiled by people who want to make a fast buck because it's a nice place. And the reason it's a nice place is because we've been vigilant. And in the past, lately, and I don't want to splash this on most of you because most of you are new to the commission, but the Planning Commission in general has become pretty complacent about getting things done. And the result of it is these hearings tonight. Back in May, I wrote a letter to the commission. I never got the courtesy of a thank you or almost any acknowledgement about this very topic of cell towers. And I sent to you all what Fairfax County did, not only what Fairfax County did to protect their citizens and a whole list of criteria that would be very useful to the commission if they wanted to deny an application and make it almost impossible for them to do so. And in fact, that's what Fairfax proved because not some little company, but Singular Wireless took them to court and challenged their comprehensive plan provisions, and they lost. And if they appealed it, which I really don't know if they appealed it or not, the Supreme Court wouldn't hear it, so the decision stands. And what better model could you have to use than something that's been upheld in court already in Dinwiddie County or Bedford County or someplace like that, but in Fairfax County against Singular. So the fact that the commission didn't even discuss that in a serious way and didn't put anything in the comprehensive plan, it's still not in there, I urge you to reconsider and make the comprehensive plan the best it can be, not the bare minimum. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in the public comment period? Yes, sir.
Paige Glennie from Jackson District. I'd also like to address the comprehensive plan and the Berkeley letter. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Connick said. The details aren't there. I'll give you an example. On page 4 of their letter, second bullet, it says, you've got the data in there, but quote, but does not always address what these trends mean, how they might impact the community, or what may be done to correct them if such correction is desired. Does anyone, I mean, the agriculture data shows agriculture is going down. It's the #1 priority, and you're now very well-polished chapter 6 of the what, but there's no how. Is that important? Is it important that we're losing our agriculture? What are we going to do about it? Right? And it goes on. There's in here, they ask the question on the fire and rescue. What needs to be done to address the issue? There's a lot of hard comments in here that show that the work has not been done, as I said before, the analysis of what use. They talk about the land use map. There's another issue I want to talk about in the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan, one of the goals, I forget where it is in chapter 6, is about community culture. And everyone's been complaining about the caustic, aggravated culture that's going on. But in zoning and in land use, everything is complaint-based. There is no enforcement outside of complaints. So what does that do? It defeats the main purpose of zoning and pits neighbor against neighbor. Can I give Capioli versus Atkins as an example? Because we aren't enforcing, we're requiring neighbor to report on neighbor. If that's a community culture that we want, I'm sorry, I guess I need to know. Thank you very much.
Anybody else wishing to speak during the public comment period? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Deep Deacons, Hampton District. I don't know which sequence it should be in, but I'm going to do it now, get it out of the way. Permit me to read a letter that I wrote to Chairman Welch today, Chairman White and Chairman Welch, via email. Dear Mr. Light and members of the Rappahannock Planning Commission, please be advised of our total opposition to the construction of the 2 proposed cell towers as submitted by CWS. The recent balloon tests do not give a true representation of the visual carnage that these towers will cause. In particular, the proposed site on the Eldon Farms property will destroy not one of the most pristine vistas, not only in the county, but in the nation. It will be visible for almost 2 miles, especially from Woodville to Scrabble. The proposed site in Scrabble is not together. These towers will not provide county-wide service, but in fact will only serve a mere handful of people. A recent letter in the Rappahannock News by Mr. Maxwell highlights that this equipment is antiquated and will soon be replaced by fiber along 522. This sentiment is also reinforced by Cynthia Price, who has done far more research on this subject and the negative health effects of radiation. I urge you to read all her research. Resist the temptation to become another Fairfax, Culpeper, or Manassas. Please don't succumb to the lobbying of a firm that has no interest in the county's commitment to conservation and the beautiful space we call Rappahannock. This matter should be decided by the next Board of Supervisors that will be seated in January 2020. It's far too important of an issue to be ramrodded through by a lame duck board. Respectfully, D. Deacons.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the public comment period? Yes, Cynthia.
I was told by one of the supervisors that I should say this publicly, not in a letter, not in an email, but publicly. I was informed by one of the supervisors that, and I like this person, and I'm trying to destroy this person, but that Roger Welch's family has had a cell tower on their property for decades, a stealth cell tower in a pine tree. And with the passing of his mother, he and his brothers get the rent from it. I would actually say that's a conflict of interest because we're talking about towers on land with people who've signed contracts and often without notifying their neighbors or asking their neighbors. And if Mr. Welch has been doing this for a long time and he's voting on this, he's already got a perspective. I mean, I feel it's not an official conflict of interest like in the monetary scale, but they've been receiving rent, and I think he should recuse himself from voting. And the second thing is John Lazinski also has a conflict of interest. I attended the cell phone tower hearings at the high school 6 years ago or something with Ron Frazier. We both heard him say he was friends with Tam Murray, the CEO of CWS. They were in the banking world together. They approached the high school. I don't know if Mr. Lazinski brought them in or they just approached the high school, but Mr. Lazinski wanted to work with them to put a tower up there, which was unnecessary. They already had Wi-Fi, they already had cell service, it was unnecessary. He also wanted to integrate them into the community so they could put up other towers. He told the school board, when they met privately, because I had a friend on the school board, that those opposed to the tower were not incredible, not to be listened to. Because he has had a long, at least he knows Tam Murray, and because when he ran for supervisor, one of his goals was to blanket the county in cell towers. Now he's turned to fiber. But I do think he has a conflict of interest for voting on the cell towers. So that's 2 people, both of whom will be exiting the board before 2020. So I don't think they should vote, and I think probably the new board should vote. And I'm bringing that up in public comment. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment period? Last chance. And with that, I declare the public comment period closed. That takes us to the first item for the public hearing. The Application 19-08-2 CWS Scrabble Tower Site. Ms. Summers, would you mind running through the application for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. CWS has applied for a personal wireless service facility application for a new tower called the Scrabble site located on property owned by Thomas Johnson and Monica McHenry, 4630 Scrabble Pike, identified by tax map number 56-4C. Hope McCreary is here from CWS, and I believe she does have a PowerPoint presentation to provide for this site as well as, I believe, the Woodville site.
Are you ready?
Which is going to start something.
Oh. We'll get that set for you.
I know that you cleared the chairs over the jury.
The room has the way it's doing its thing when it's.
It's because the chairs are comfortable. Appreciate it. Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Butch Davies. I'm an attorney from Culpeper with the firm of Davies, Farrell, Will, and Edwards.
Could you use the microphone?
Sure, be glad to. Let me turn it up some. I've been coming to Rappahannock for about 70 years. And I appreciate the interest of the people in this community and the quality of the community. I have been working for Community Wireless Services for about the last 25 years. I have represented them in Culpeper, Orange, and Madison counties, and periodically provided other advice to Tam Murray and his firm. I've known New Tam's family. His mother and father is how I ended up meeting Tam and representing him. I can tell you that Tam has shown a real sensitivity to the communities that he has worked in. Specifically, I represented him in applying for a site in Orange County off of Route 20 in Somerset. We went to the public hearing before their planning commission, and people came and opposed it from Montpelier. A number of those people were on the board at Montpelier, and Tam, after the planning commission meeting, planning commission recommended denial of the site. We had the support of the local EMS folks. We had the support of people who wanted it for safety reasons. Montpelier said no, it would adversely impact the tourism. Tam withdrew that application, and he continued to meet with the folks in Orange on a regular basis, and finally said, enough's enough. If they're opposed, I'm not going to do it. About 18 months later, Michael Quinn, who was the president, called me and said, this is embarrassing. I said, Michael, what's embarrassing? He said, we need cell phone service. The Supreme Court came to Montpelier, and the Supreme Court did not have cell phone service. They said they wouldn't be back. Having cell phone service for tourism is important. It is one of the reasons why it's important to make sure that there is coverage, and especially providing coverage in the network, in the transportation network, which exists. One of the things that I have monitored is I handle the Boston approval in Culpeper County. And the equipment to get Boston up and running is now on site and will be installed over the next month or two. It gives that tower usability. At that public hearing in Culpeper, it was clear that it would impact not only Culpeper, but also provide service to Rappahannock. and part of the 522 corridor. That is something that was important. We found that the public safety issue became a very sensitive issue because we had people who came and spoke at the public hearing. One was in a house, caught fire, cell phone would not work. They had to go to a neighbor's house, come back, that they lost their house. Another situation was an accident which occurred on one of the back roads. The person was not able to get ambulance service in time to survive. The family came and said, if we had had a cell phone, we could have reached out and gotten that service. That gives you an example of why cell phone service is important. It is important to cover that Route 522 corridor for tourism purposes. It's also important to cover it for public safety. One of the things that you all heard in the presentation in Spurville was the public safety issue. The people who were involved with the EMS services clearly thought it was a significant benefit. It was something that was important. It was something that needed to be included and help to protect the people in the county. One of the things that I have learned is that you can have fairly good access to cell phone service, but you can be in an area that doesn't get it because of topography. I have a little cabin in Madison County. I go up there periodically. No cell phone service. It's about 1.5 miles from Grace Mountain Lodge. I know that there is a new tower proposed by CWS on the Graves' property. Jimmy and Rachel have agreed to have it put there, and the reason is because they survive on tourism. They have people who come to Graves Mountain Lodge who rely on having that service. One of the major benefits to the quality of life that you have in Rappahannock is that people come and visit you, they participate, and they leave. There is a major benefit to that. Cell phone service helps to encourage that kind of visitation. One of the other challenges that I think we face is that when you look at the coverage, and Hope McCrary is going to talk about it in her presentation, is you look at 522, if you have service in Boston and you have service in Spurville, you have a blind gap that isn't covered. It's the people who live here who really will benefit from that service. They will benefit from access to EMS services, and they'll benefit from having access to technology. Broadband is important. In a rural area, that is a sensitive issue. Getting broadband access is critical. The cell phone service availability will help network that potential. One of the things that has surprised me, and as I've talked to people in helping CWS, I told Ann Murray when the Spurville site came up, you had approved it earlier. It was coming back and doing a site that had already been approved. I told them, you don't need me. You ought to handle it yourself. They did. I can tell you that the situation this time is important because it's a completion of the network. Boston, Scrabble, Woodville, Spurville. It covers that whole 522 corridor. It provides the service to the people who live there. It provides service to the people who are the visitors who are coming in who are the tourists. One of the things that I think is important as you look at this is CWS has spent time looking for the most protected sites. The site at Scrabble, which is the hearing we're dealing with now, is to a large extent protected. It's wooded. It is something that can be beneficial to the people in the corridor. and it's well screened. That is hugely important when you're looking at a site. They looked at a number of different locations. This is the one that was picked, and it was because of the studies done. CWS is not the monolith company that people refer to when they talk about the cell phone industry. It is a small company which provides services to counties in the central part of the chain. And it does important work, and it provides good services to the emergency services folks. What I'd like to do with your approval is now turn it over to Hope to let her do her presentation. She has it so it can be done on PowerPoint. And I think she has some slides that give you a really good view of the Scrabble site, its location, and the protection that is provided with that site. Hope?
Thank you, sir. Hope, about how long is your presentation? It's very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Again, I'm Hope McCrary with Community Wireless Structures. I'm going to try to work this technology. CWS has been, there we go. We've been developing, as Mr. Davies mentioned, we've been developing telecommunications infrastructure in the state of Virginia for over 20 years. We've built 56 structures over those 20 years in 11 different counties, including nearby Culpeper, Madison, and Fauquier. And as you know, we built a structure earlier this year in Sperryville here in Rappahannock. We lease space on our facilities to all the major wireless carriers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Shentel, Sprint, Verizon. And we also have leases with a number of internet service provider, broadband providers, and some of the county EMS departments as well, including here in Rappahannock. This map, just to give you a sense, shows the location of all the sites that we've built in Virginia over the 20 years, all in northern and a lot in central Virginia. I'm here tonight to discuss our plan to develop a mobile, wireless, and broadband network along the 522 corridor in the southern part of Rappahannock County. The two new structures that we're proposing to build, the one in Scrabble that we're in the public hearing for, and the one just north of Woodville, will allow service providers who put equipment on our structures to implement virtually seamless coverage along that stretch of 522 between the existing site in Sperryville and the existing site in Boston. The benefits, again, Butch touched on a lot of this, but the benefits to the community are significant. There's wireless connectivity along that Route 522 corridor. There's access for businesses and residents to fixed wireless broadband. Improved public safety is obviously key. I've heard a lot of anecdotal stories about deteriorating landlines, people feeling unsafe because their landlines don't always work. Cell phone service will give those folks reliable ways to communicate with first responders. And I believe the first responders in these areas will also rely on wireless to supplement their radio systems, which I understand don't always work perfectly in every location. And finally, a big benefit to the community is that we provide this important infrastructure using private investment capital and not public dollars that the county would have to provide for. This map shows the 4 sites we're talking about here. The 2 green dots are the existing sites in Sperryville and Boston, and the 2 red dots are the location of the proposed tower in Scrabble, which is the southernmost red dot, and the tower in Woodville, which relates to this network. This is a really interesting map that we put together. The green dots are all existing telecommunication sites in Rappahannock County. A variety of different kinds of sites, but all telecommunications structures. Sprint and Chantel are on virtually all of these sites or have plans to be on these sites, like our site in Sperryville. With the implementation of the Scrabble and Woodville sites, you can see on this coverage map that Chantel provided to us that the county would virtually have almost complete coverage along the two major arteries, 211 and 522, would be fully covered by Sprint and Chantel, and also that same network of sites would be available to other carriers who want to come into the county. We're working with Sprint and Chantel on these sites. They intend to install on all 4 of the structures, the 2 new ones on 522 and Sperryville and Boston. The proposed sites will complete the network and allow Sprint and Chantel again to provide seamless coverage along that corridor, which is really important for them. This next graphic just drills down a little bit further. This is coverage plots, sort of a subset of the prior graphic. This is along 522. The one on the left shows what the coverage would look like if only Sperryville and Boston were deployed. And the one on the right shows how the coverage will fill in if they're able to deploy service on the 2 new sites. So this public hearing, as you know, is for the Scrabble site. We've applied for a use permit here to construct a 199-foot tower approximately a quarter mile southwest of the intersection of Scrabble Road and 522, right off of Jackson Lane. Tower set back about 865 feet from 522 and a little under 500 feet from the closest point on Jackson Lane. We've had a lot of discussions about this site since the Planning Commission meeting in August, where there was a lot of discussion about both towers. We've also had a lot of citizen input since the flying of both balloons. One of the things I wanted to mention up front is that we are willing to modify our application if that's what the Planning Commission would like to recommend, to a monopole structure instead of the last that we applied for. And that monopole could also be painted in some manner if that's what everyone felt was a good approach. The 26-acre parcel, as you can see from this aerial, is very wooded. It's going to provide excellent screening for the 50 by 100-foot fenced compound that we'll build around the tower, as well as the tower itself. The tower will not be lit. The site would be accessed from an existing entrance off of the Jackson Road, existing gravel driveway that would then be extended to accommodate access all the way to the tower site. And as the ordinance requires, we'll build it to accommodate 4 wireless service providers. This is just a copy of our drawing that we submitted with our application. The compound is in red there. The access road is outlined. The red portion is the new portion of the access road. And that circle around the compound shows the required setback area, and that we've met all the required setbacks in the zoning ordinance. This is just the drawing that we submitted showing the layout of the compound and just indicating that it can accommodate 4 carriers as required. So we flew a balloon at the height of the tower at the site back in March when there were no leaves on the trees, and we flew it again last Saturday at the request of the Planning Commission. In general, for this site, there will be very limited visibility of the structure from the surrounding area. The views that we could see when we drove around and took photos, the views that do exist are really just at the top of the structure. We couldn't find any full-on views, again, because of the wooded nature of the site and also just the general topography of the area. So we prepared some photo simulations that were submitted with our application. I haven't included all of those here tonight in the interest of brevity, but here are a few. This is so again, we take a photo of the balloon and then we have somebody that photoshops in a tower. These are a monopole. It's hard to tell at a distance anyway, but we did update the sims to reflect a monopole structure. So this is quite a distance from the site facing south. You can, on 522, you can see the top of the structure. This is from Scrabble Road, looking across 522 at the tower site. Again, you can see a little bit of the top of the structure in the distance. This is also south on 522, but closer to the site, and here the intervening trees are screening the tower site. I don't know if you can see the little circle, that's where the balloon is, and it's really behind the trees, and again, even in winter, it's pretty well screened. This is probably the most prominent view that we could see, which is from behind Mount Lebanon Church. You can see more of the structure from this spot. I think it was from the parking lot. And the next two are photos that were taken from Jackson Lane, the two houses that are fairly close to the tower site. It's an interesting thing with perspectives and towers. Oftentimes the closer you are, the less you see, and that's definitely the case here. The intervening trees block the view of the tower completely from Jackson Lane, as far as we can see. Painting a monopole is an option. It is sometimes very effective at helping to camouflage the tower. It certainly doesn't make it invisible, but it can soften the views. These are photographs of two monopoles that CWS built. I think one's in Fauquier County and one's in Culpeper, I believe. Both of these are painted using what we call graduated paint, dark green on the bottom to blend with the tree line, and then transitioning to a bluish, grayish, whitish at the top to blend with the sky. And it can be very effective in certain situations. We've requested several waivers with our application that are very important to us. The first one is, we talked about this with the Sperryville application, the county's telecommunications ordinance, which is fairly old, it hasn't been updated in a number of years, does specify no microwave, just a flat-out prohibition against microwave dishes. In order to bring these sites, as you know, there's no fiber nearby this corridor of 522 now. In order to bring these sites on the air, the service providers have to have power and they have to have telecommunications. And telecommunications can be accomplished by fiber or by backhauling from another site that has telco using a microwave dish. The carriers strongly prefer fiber. That's the best, most reliable solution for them, but when fiber isn't there, they use backhaul as an alternative. So we're requesting a waiver to allow the carriers to use microwave dishes until fiber is available. The good news is that, as I'm sure you all know, the Rappahannock Electric Cooperative has just recently commenced a 5-year project to put, I think, 800 miles of fiber along in their entire service territory, which includes Rappahannock. And luckily, the 522 corridor here in Rappahannock is slated for completion in 2020. So once that fiber backbone is available down 522, it will become feasible and cost-effective for the fiber providers to bring it that last mile, as we say, even though it's not a mile, from 522 to the tower site, and the carriers can transition away from the microwave dish. The next waiver is for landscaping requirements. We always ask for a waiver of this when there is a wooded site where there isn't any view. The landscaping really only helps screen the bottom, the fenced compound in the bottom of the tower. In this case, that's well screened by the existing trees and vegetation. We need to have our use permit able to be assigned in case we ever decide to sell this asset down the road. Our bankers also like us to have that provision. And then we want to use just a gravel road, not the type 2 subdivision road that the ordinance specifies. There was one additional waiver that we requested in our application that we have decided to withdraw that request, and that was for the tower removal bond. We've had some conversations and understand while the state has put some laws into effect that we can't be required to do that anymore. We are willing to do it because we understand that it's important. It essentially will be a bond that ensures that down the road, if the tower is no longer in service, the CWS disappears, you'll have the money, the county will have the money to be able to take the tower down. So we're okay with that. We've done them in the past, and we'll be happy to do it here. This is back to the microwave dish waiver issue. This is actually a photograph of the tower at Benvenue here in the county, and unfortunately, you can't see it up there, but there is a microwave dish, and I can show you later a more zoomed-in photo that I don't have on here, but there is a microwave dish on that top platform. It's AT&T's installation. You can barely see it because it's small. It's actually smaller than a lot of the antennas. It's probably a 3-foot diameter dish, which is what the carriers typically use. I do have representatives from Chantel here that I should have introduced who can speak to that if necessary. But if the issue with microwave dishes is it's the visual concern, these aren't the big 10-foot, 9-foot drum dishes that you see on emergency services facilities. These are relatively small dishes and will not be visually prominent, particularly from the road. So wrapping up, why should we support this telecommunications infrastructure here in Scrabble? As Butch mentioned, and I mentioned at the outset, this would be a comprehensive network of sites that would bring service to folks who live, work, travel in this part of the county, along one of the county's major transportation routes, and complete this network that runs all the way through 211 and 522. Service providers like Chantel really prefer a network of sites. They don't want to build a site in Sperryville and build a site in Boston and have their customers get frustrated because they drop calls every time they go along that road. So having a complete network, we believe, will improve the odds of not only Chantel building out this network, but other carriers as well. I know everyone, most people agree, I shouldn't say everyone, that affordable, reliable access to wireless and broadband these days is a necessity, not a luxury. It supports education, economic development, healthcare, employment, the list goes on. The site will enhance public safety, allow citizens to contact emergency services in the event of an emergency, and I believe the first responders will find this helpful as well to supplement their radio systems when they don't always get what they need. And again, we'll use private dollars here to provide the infrastructure as opposed to public dollars. We also like this specific location in Scrabble. We mentioned very limited visibility, densely wooded parcel. It's got good close proximity to power that we need and to the future planned fiber route. And again, to mitigate some of the visual impact, we are willing to offer to build a monopole and to paint it if that's what's requested. So I respectfully request that you recommend approval of our application for this needed infrastructure, and I'm of course happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions?
I hope that's standard.
You went. Thank you, Hope. All right. At this point, I would declare the public hearing open. I do want to be very specific that there are 2 public hearings for different tower sites on this evening. This public hearing is specific to the Scrabble tower site. We have some folks signed up to speak, but of course, if anyone else would like to speak, when these folks are done, all you have to do is raise your hand and be recognized by the chair, approach the podium, and we ask that you use the microphone. I would ask that everyone keep their remarks under 5 minutes if possible. I know sometimes it's difficult, but it is much appreciated. The first people we have signed up tonight are, it's Phil Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Phil Irwin, Flint Hills. This commission is responsible for the comprehensive plan, which calls for this county to be designated as a scenic county. And I can conceive of no intrusion on the scenery of this magnificent county than a lattice steel tower. The proliferation of these towers is of limited lifetime. The electronics will be improved and necessitating something other than a tower for communications in the future. I noticed that these presentations do not show you a lattice steel tower. They do not show you from all of the potential places where these towers can be seen. Now, I implore you to recognize this county as a scenic county, that those towers are determined by almost everybody, including Scenic Virginia organization, of which I'm the director, as being the biggest affront, the insult to the scenery of the county. I implore you to suggest to the Board of Supervisors that they not be permitted. And remember, the comprehensive plan has all kinds of considerations about this. And it ends, not necessarily at the last words, but the comprehensive plan concludes with, this is an incomparable difference in this Rappahannock County, and we ought to be able to keep it that way. It doesn't include communication towers.
Thank you, Phil. Could you remind me of your district, please?
Pardon?
What district do you reside in, please? Where do you live? Are you Hampton District?
Didn't I say Phil Irwin, Flint Hill?
Well, thank you. All right, next speaker we have signed up is Cynthia Price, please.
I feel like I need to counter this lawyer, and also hope. They had plenty of time, they had the most time of anybody in the room, and so much of what they said I thought was false, so I want to do that first. I'll do it as quickly as I can. The wireless industry lives on lies, omissions, shortcuts, not telling you the real truth of the matter. If it was just visual that we had to worry about, it wouldn't be an issue. It's actually health, the effect on all life, the effect on the county, what makes us different from a neighboring county that has cell phone towers everywhere. In their application, I did a review of it, and it was unfortunately after the 30 days, but it showed that the same lies and omissions that are required for complete application were there, that were in this Berryville application. The lies and omissions involve the dangers of the tower, what comes out of the tower, how hazardous the tower is, what the actual radiation readings are, and things like that. There's grounds for using these towers in the Virginia Code 7.2, Section B and D, because we already have a mission statement for fiber to the home. Rappahannock Electric's fiber down 522 was supposed to go to us, to the county, to run fiber to the home. Hope has tried to step in and say we're going to use it. She has not approached Rappahannock Electric. I've talked to them. There's very terrible and real health effects from these towers. And the fact that people don't feel they can talk about them shows the censorship, trickery, false advertising like on television, and creating addictions and necessities that we don't really need. Every time you turn on the television, it's all this wireless stuff, how wonderful it is. I gave some people handouts with the major health effects, and if you read the whole article, just Google at the top and you'll read the whole article. It's devastating, the health effects. It attacks the brain and nervous system. Okay. The willingness of these companies to put towers within 1/4 of a mile of children or the elderly or farms or homes rather than out away from people is just incredible, because they don't admit they even have radiation on them. They don't use the word radiation. This is disrespect for private property, contempt for the public, contempt for the Fourth Amendment. I should think the Fourth Amendment would guarantee us that we can keep radiation out of our homes. It shouldn't be forced on us. And promotion of a technology that is becoming, with the Internet of Things and 5G, a tracking and spying technology. Nobody wants tracking and spying. Your refrigerator talking to Walmart. Walmart telling you you need milk. The car in front of you talking to you and whatever. Nobody wants that. And that's the Internet of Things. Everything is tracked, monitored constantly, and that's what these towers are building up to. They also require 40 and 50-year leases, 10-year leases with 3 automatic renewals or 4 automatic renewals, and gag orders. And gag orders. They're not allowed to criticize the tower. Can you imagine a tower that's got a 50-year lease? That's Eldon Farms. How would we ever get rid of the tower? As far as the sheriff goes, I know the sheriff's office, she said it in, Connie said it when she gave her re-election thing to the paper, that there's a lot of places in the county she can't get cell service. I would suggest they put cell boosters on the sheriff's car with their radio antennas. I would suggest they run their cell phones off of Wi-Fi in the car, which is what new cars have. I would suggest they use more texting and radio work than cell phones. And in Europe, they use satellite phones where they connect directly to a satellite. That would be the perfect solution on the Little Rosa Rappahannock rather than towers. Use satellite phones connecting to a satellite and you can communicate. Now, I live in Scrabble. We are right across from the tower as the crow flies. We're less than a fourth of a mile. We do not need connectivity. We have had a cell phone signal on our property for 15 years at least. Chris Parrish, who sits back here, called me from outside my front door with his Sprint phone. Where's Chris? Was it a Sprint phone? Do you remember when you visited us? You remember was it a Sprint phone? Well, he had no problem calling me through my front door and me answering the landline. We can go out in the yard, we can go on the porch and make a cell phone call. We don't have a problem reaching 911. We don't know where the signal's coming from. We really don't. And my neighbors have Piedmont broadband. Some have satellite dishes. The new cell phones run off of Piedmont broadband or satellite, or the Wi-Fi, or satellite dishes. You do not need a tower. Everybody I know.
I hate to interrupt you, but you have gone over.
I know.
Just in the interest of hearing from everyone that we can this evening, I would just ask that you wrap it up, if you're able.
Well, basically, we have plenty of connectivity on our property. So does Woodville. If you want wireless broadband, you can have it. We do not need towers, and she says we're a dead zone, we need connectivity. We don't. As far as tourists, enlightened tourists try to get away from signals. Unenlightened tourists put themselves in the middle of them. So, you know, we're going to have tourists, it depends on what kind. And some people want to get away from this stuff. Can I speak a second time on Scrabble?
We'll see how it goes around. Thank you.
All right.
The next person we have signed up to speak is Gary Schmallenberg.
Gary Schmallenberg.
Very good. Thank you.
I live, when I say right across from where the tower is, I mean right across from where the tower is. I will sit on the front porch of my log home, I will look out, and there will be the tower right across from me. The property is on the other side of Jackson Lane. I live right there. I'm not happy about it, and I don't like it, and of course I really think about the idea that not in my backyard, well, this is not in my front yard. But I do realize that the world is changing, and unfortunately everything is going to cellular. It's just the way it is. I have a dish. The dish is terrible. It fades in and out. You get limited data. I have a phone line that every time it rains, it gets crackly. I've had them out. I can't tell you how many times in the last 19 years, they keep on changing pairs of wire. I called Verizon, I talked to them, I said, what are you going to do? They said, we're not going to do anything. That eventually, you're not going to need phone lines. Or eventually, we'll sell it to Larry, Moe, and Jack. And they will turn around and they'll have their own little phone company, and they'll charge us almost anything they want to charge us, and they'll never really work on it. So that's what I'm faced with. And I must say, there's a set of scales here, and I don't know which way to go. I will say one thing. We kind of have to have internet. We have to have cell phone service. It is the way it's going to be. You're not going to change it. It's coming, it's going, and one half of the county has it. We don't down on our end. And I fell off a scaffold about 2 months ago, and I laid there for an hour with my cell phone laying there, and I couldn't do a thing. It doesn't work. I will say that if you are going to approve it, if you would please at least make it a monopole. A superstructure, and they say it's not real close to the road. Yes, it is real close to the road. Yes, it bends around, but it comes right back. So that if you look through the one piece of property, it is right there. I mean, I could almost throw a baseball and hit it. It's closer than you think. And I don't believe the balloon the other day was up at 200 feet. Isn't this supposed to be at 200 feet? I don't think it was at 200 feet. I went up there, they had a piece of tape, they had a fishing reel, but now that I think about it, the trees are only 40 to 50 foot high, and the balloon was only about twice as high as the trees. So I really wonder if they lowered it down because of the wind that morning. The wind was tough, and it wasn't caught in the trees, because I was up there, and I looked at the reel, and I looked at the balloon, and it was straight line, straight up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next person we have signed up to speak this evening is Ron Maxwell. If you could state your district as well, please, at the microphone.
Ron Maxwell, Woodville District. First of all, I want to thank all you folks who put in this enormous amount of time working on these problems. We just come down and then make a comment by putting a lot of time, a lot of work, and I'm sure I speak for most of the people in this room. Thank you for your citizenship and your contribution. I'm standing, as some may not be surprised to hear, in vociferous opposition to this madness. That's what it is. I've often asked myself, why do the tobacco companies keep denying the evidence they knew? Movies have been made about this. Books have been written about this. They knew for decades that tobacco was causing cancer. And they suppressed it. And they hired scientist after scientist after scientist, put them on their payroll to deceive us. As our parents and children and relatives died miserable deaths of lung cancer and emphysema. I've often asked myself, why did the car companies so resist Ralph Nader when he said, if you put seatbelts in cars, they'll save lives? And they had report after report after report saying, no, they won't. So we endured year after year after year watching 50,000 of our fellow citizens getting murdered on the roads because there were no seatbelts. Not to mention the 250,000 who were paraplegic, crippled, blinded, lives ruined. And what do we have recently going on? The pharmaceutical companies. Oh, use those opioids. You'll get out of pain. They had the reports too. They suppressed them, and suppressed them, and suppressed them. And if anybody said those opioids were dangerous, they called the person a kook. Like some in this county would like to call Cynthia Price a kook. Cynthia Price, in my book, is a heroine. A lone voice crying in the wilderness, warning us of what has been going on. And once again, we have the cell phone companies. Oh, this stuff can't hurt you. Don't listen to those scientists. We now have 20 years of scientists telling us what is going on. How radio frequency signals are messing with our cells, going into the nucleus of our cells, messing with the protons and the neutrons, because we are electrical beings. And if you don't believe that, watch what happens to a person who's suffering a heart attack. They put electrical probes on to bring the person back. We are electrical beings. And these cell towers have been messing with us and messing with us for decades now. Report after report after report. Cynthia brought them in. Will you folks please read it? These are by scientists. These are not by kooks. Scientists have it, and the cell phone companies repress it and repress it and repress it. They say, oh, don't listen to that stuff. Don't listen to that stuff about the tobacco is going to cause cancer. Don't listen to that stuff about you need airbags and seatbelts. Don't listen to that stuff about opioids. As we now have the opioids killing us more than terrorism, more than criminals, opioids are killing us. It's coming into this county. You know why? Because the corporations can afford the lawyers, the PR people, the whole apparatus of bullshit, because only one thing matters to the corporations. They're not evil. They're not corrupt. They're myopic. They look at one thing, their profit. One thing, only one thing, their profit. They didn't care that 50,000 people were dying of automobiles, so that millions have died of lung cancer, because they were making money. The same is true with the cell phone companies, with the wireless companies. This is radio frequency radiation. It is so bad that some governments have outlawed it near their schools. The Israeli government, there's no cell phone towers, nothing near a public school, because they don't want it messing with the young children. Finally, after decades, we have things put on cigarettes. This could be harmful to pregnant women. This could be harmful. This could cause cancer. When are they going to put the labels on the cell towers? When are they going to put the great big sign on the cell tower saying, these can kill you? Slowly, insidiously. Mess with your cells. Mess with your protons in your being. Mess with your reproductive rights. Test after test after test. How long are we going to ignore this? Well, you know what? The companies have to be myopic because they're concerned with one thing, the bottom line, their profit. Just like every corporation before them. But we, citizens, and you, our representatives, we don't have to be myopic. We don't have to look just what's good for business. What's good for business? This myopic, this obsession, the only thing that's ever considered, well, what's good for business and what's good for me? We can look at other things. We can look at the health of our families, the health of our relatives, the health of our neighbors, the health of our children. We can take that into consideration. We don't have to be as myopic as the corporations and their representatives. And those who care about wildlife, and I think it's most of the people in this room, what do you think it's doing to the songbirds? What do you think it's doing to the pets? I used to have routers in my house, and Wi-Fi, routers. And I heard from my veterinarians, a lot of you folks have pets, we are undergoing an epidemic of cancer in our pets. What's causing that? Talk to the vets. They've never seen anything like it in the last 20 years. There's probably a lot of things. Could be diet. But could the cell signals have something to do with it? They're smaller than we are. The routers are at the floor.
I'm reluctant to interrupt you, but you have gone over.
Well, you know what? I had a clock, and I'm going to claim at least as much time as these paid people got who represent the company.
And I'm asking you to
because
sit
they're not
down,
even citizens of this country. I mean,
Yes, sir.
I am.
I'm asking you to sit down. Can I do it, or wrap it up? Those are your
I
options.
will wrap it up. I should have at least as much time as they have, to
I
be fair.
understand your frustration, and I appreciate
And
it.
I'm not frustrated at all. I will wrap it up.
Thank you, I do appreciate that.
The fact of the matter is we are being bombarded by millions of these radio frequencies. We cannot escape it in Washington, D.C., in New York, in London, in Paris, because it's everywhere. But why do we have to bring it here? Can we not have one oasis, one place left where we can escape? Can we not at least protect our little home in Rappahannock County so that we are not bombarded like we are when we go everywhere else? Can we do that much? Can we have one safe oasis? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have signed up this evening is Deep Deacons, Hampton District.
It's tough to follow that act. Real simple, no.
The next speaker we have lined up this evening is Henry B. Wood, the third.
My
Second or
comments
third?
would be relevant to the elderly law.
Okay, then we'll wait. Make sure you're part of that. The next speaker then is David Connick, Stonewall Hawthorne District.
Well, that's two tough people to follow. Or three. I'm still Connick, and still from Stonewall. So I'm going to address one issue. I'm sure there's lots of other people who live closer to it, and will address other things. And that is the request for waivers of all these things. But before I address that, I just want to say one thing to my friend and colleague Butch Davies, who told you that wonderful story about the people at Montpelier, and the Supreme Court came there, and now they can't come there. But this is Rappahannock, and the Supreme Court don't come here, we go to the Supreme Court. The only time anybody from the Supreme Court came here, and I think Butch was here, was when they hung that portrait of Judge Sneed. And the Chief Justice, who was put on the bench the same year as Judge Sneed, came. And I had the honor, as the youngest member of the bar, to escort Chief Justice Carrico and his lovely wife right up into that jury box where he sat and was the featured speaker because he had known Rainer Sneed for a long time. And he told a funny story, but I don't have time to tell it tonight. Anyway, about the waivers. Look at section 170-49 of your ordinance. And it says specifically that in granting any permit, special exception or special use, neither the Board of Supervisors or the Board of Zoning Appeals has the authority to waive or grant exceptions to any requirement of the ordinance. It's right in there. You can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker we have signed up is Annie Canby, Piedmont District.
I also signed the law, but
Oh, okay. Very good. I'll move the rest up. That is everyone we have signed up to speak about the Scrabble site in particular. Is there anyone on the floor wishing to speak?
Just 5 more minutes.
We let everyone have the first swipe of the pinata before we have a second. Mr. Blank.
Paige Glenn from Jackson District. First of all, I want to say that I strongly agree with the need for cell phone coverage, particularly for first responders and other issues. If you can't call 911, what good is fire and rescue, all right? However, this deal is bad. This deal is real bad, all right? We gave them a waiver for 3 months to get fiber to the tower in Sperryville. Is it there? No. Could they have fiber to these towers in that time? Absolutely. If they wanted to. Could they have painted that tower that looks like a white pencil up against the mountain rather than sending you a bill for $25,000? If they were really interested in the scenic view of this county, they would have been out there with a paintbrush a day later. It's not like it's looking over a hill into a cloud, like the pictures they show, all right? But then let's get to the real issue of microwave, all right? If you believe 1/10 of what Cynthia is saying, you should be scared to death about microwave. I designed aircraft carriers, a whole bunch of electronics. Of all of that electronics, including very powerful radars, the one we protected the crew on the deck from was microwave directors. They had steel tubs around them so they couldn't shine down onto the deck. That stuff will kill you really, really fast. And you think they're going to spend that much money putting a microwave chain, because that's what this is all about, is getting the microwave chain for the backhaul in, and then a month later, when REC has got the fiber, they're going to then invest another, $1 million to run the fiber to their pole and up the pole and take off that equipment they just put up there? No. When they say temporary, what is temporary? It's not defined. And when we did define it for Sperryville, boom, we went right by it. My point is, this is a bad deal. Just like in your car dealership, you don't like what they offer, turn around and walk away. Say no. I guarantee you, they will be back with a better offer, just like now they're covering the bond. You all need to negotiate hardcore because that's who you're dealing with. All right? This is a business deal, and you better deal with them like you're dealing with the devil. All right? Thank you.
I'm David Beck, and I actually live in Boston area. And I'm going to ask the folks that are opposed to this, what do you use for communication?
It's not that kind of a meeting, sir. Please direct your comments to the
Okay,
board.
I'm sorry. I live in the Boston area. I have not. My landline does not work. We disconnected that. Satellite, you might as well not have. The broadband that we have on the Boston tower doesn't reach me because it's line of sight. I have no cell service. I have no communication service. I have youngsters. They're not able to get on the internet for, school. I'm not able to use the internet for work. The elderly parents, they don't have communication. Their landlines are bad. They use a satellite internet phone. When the power goes out, my 91-year-old father can't use his life alert. I'm for the tower. I understand. We need to do something. Verizon is not going to put the lines in. They've already said they won't do it. There's not enough people that live on my road. We're not getting fiber. There's not enough people that live on my road. Our option is sell. I mean, it's just that simple. I don't have anything else to say other than, you can oppose it if you want to, but we're in an area that has nothing. I was a fireman for 30 years. Cell phones work. They save lives, but they have to have a system. That's it.
Mr. Beck? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Mark Anderson from the Piedmont District. And sadly, I didn't sit in a room designing ships for the Navy. I sailed on them for 16 years. Let me tell you, microwave fire control radar emissions are dangerous. That's why the Navy doesn't let anybody near them. However, cell phones run on radio waves. They don't run on microwaves. If you go to the American Cancer Association website about the health risks of cell towers, that's all you need to do really is read that. They will tell you that the radio waves aren't dangerous to people unless you're at the same level as the tower really close to it, which you wouldn't be if it's up in the air and you're down on the ground far away. So at least the experts that have looked at this that the American Cancer Association decided to say there's no risk. You're a board that's not expected to be experts in this, so you have to take your best judgment on what people tell you. But I don't think there's a health scare involved with this issue. Also, I think Attorney Davies is right. Having one cell tower in Sperryville and one cell tower in Boston does not create a cell network. The towers have to be a lot closer together for you to have cells that work. So these two other towers are an integral part of that network. This decision you're going to make, not tonight, sometime soon, is the most significant infrastructure decision you're going to make for the county, probably in your tenure. The south part of this county is in wretched condition with respect to cellular communications, as you all know. Where we live on FT Valley Road, we have nothing. Our landline is terrible. Verizon laughed at us when we asked for extended DSL. We got one of those boosters that one of the speakers talked about. It's worthless. It doesn't work. We can't get a cell transmitted outside our house, even with the advanced features on our Android phones. So we have to rely on a landline, it isn't very good. But Rappahannock Electric is bringing in fiber optic broadband, as you heard. However, they're not going to extend it to anybody's house, the last mile. They don't plan to get into the business of providing internet service. They're going to run the however many strands of fiber optic, and they're going to wait for some other internet provider to come along, hook up to that, and run it out to the houses. And I suspect there's going to be grant money and everything else involved in that before it actually happens along 522 or elsewhere in this county. Now, the broadband committee can tell you a lot more about that, but it's been a long process and we're still not there. This is a tangible thing that we can get put into place, and we will have far better cell phone communications fairly soon, and that's a bird in the hand. So I come out completely in favor of both towers, and I hope you consider this in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Bebout.
Hi. Harold, I don't know if I can talk. Harold Bebout, Piedmont Street. I'm in favor of the cell towers, even though the location of the tower across from Barrett Lane is less than ideal. I'm in favor of these two towers for 4 reasons. Our first responders, fire rescue and law enforcement, have poor radio coverage in the area from Woodville down toward the county line. It's just, in the hollows, our radios often don't work. I see deputies holding their radio up in the air, twisting it around, hoping that maybe they can get a signal. That's a dangerous situation. Firefighters were not able to communicate with each other during the brush fires down that way earlier this year and last year. Another dangerous situation. Better cell coverage would help with our communication issues for our first responders. It would give us an alternative when our radios don't have good signals. Secondly, for the safety of our loved ones, friends, and motorists. My wife often has meetings in Culpeper, coming home after dark. She has been stranded with tire and other car problems a couple of times, and no way to get help without any cell coverage. And she cannot walk more than a short distance. So having cell coverage would certainly reduce my worry when she's out. Accidents with deer are a constant concern in that area. We respond to accidents where injured people have had to, in their injured situation, sometimes with leg injuries, have to hobble to the nearest house to get a phone to call for help. Being able to call for help from a cell phone would improve the safety of our friends and neighbors. Third, better internet for school children and for those who need it for work. Cell service provides an alternative source of internet, which is an increasingly critical component of school homework and online educational courses, and just for people doing their ordinary business. Fourth, as other people have mentioned, our copper landlines are old, poorly maintained. Cell service provides a reliable alternative, often at a reduced cost compared to the cost of landlines plus internet service. So, maybe one more thing I'd like to say is both Sprayville Fire and Sprayville Rescue and some of the Castleton people all had training
tonight. So I'm here by my lonesome, but I think we would have had many more representatives had it not been a training night. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Yes, sir.
Good evening, hello everybody. Kirk Milan from Castleton, which is Thank you. I support the tower in Scrabble. I live literally 2/10 of a mile from where this tower would be placed. And I support it for a lot of the reasons that have already been touched on. Public safety it's real. That's a real issue. And I'll tell you a little story, and I'll try to keep it brief. I know we have people that want to speak, and there are other things on the agenda tonight. But wait, a little background. I'm an attorney. I work in Culpeper. I've been living in Rappahannock for 22 years. I've been at my current address for the last 2.5 or so. I have 3 children in the high school. I've got 2 children that have graduated from the high school, and 2 children that are in the band. They had band camp right before school started. I was caught up in court one day. Had to pick them up. I was late picking them up. I was in Madison County. Headed up to the high school to try and pick them up. Late. Trying to call them. Of course, once I get out of the town of Madison, there's no cell phone coverage whatsoever. Trying to call. No luck. Wi-Fi was out at the school at that point in time. Get to the school and they're gone. So now I'm trying to call my son again on his cell phone. Can't get him. It turned out okay. He found somebody. He called a friend from another cell phone that worked there at the high school and got a ride home. But we had no idea where he was for about an hour there, or both my sons for about an hour there. Cell phone coverage in that area would have prevented that. My daughter, 17, she drives a 10-year-old Buick. She drives these 2 boys back and forth to school every day. And I worry every day that her car is going to break down and she'll have no way whatsoever to contact anyone. I support it for the other reasons that have already been touched on. The landlines in that area are horrible. I have one. I call friends. We have good days and bad days on the phone. They tell me, how good of a day it is on the landline. It just doesn't work. And cell phone coverage is too spotty to work at home. It'll work occasionally, depending on what level you are and where you are in the atmosphere and that sort of thing. But this tower and cell phone coverage along 522 would be greatly appreciated and well needed for that area. Also for internet usage. We have little other options in that area. Satellite's one of them that just doesn't work like a cell phone tower would. So it would be something that would help children in school, that would help me work at home. So I was trying to put together all the reasons why this cell phone tower, both these cell phone towers would be good. And there are many who have been touched on already and won't repeat them. So I tried to look and see, well, why would people oppose this? And I guess the 2 reasons are the things we've heard about so far. One is the environmental impact. And I'll tell everybody, I'm as environmental as they come. I hike probably more than anybody here and have been doing that since I've been in the county 22 years. But the environmental impact is going to be minimal. As we heard, it can be turned into a pole tower, it can be painted. You're not going to notice this thing driving down 522 at 60 miles per hour unless you're really looking for it. It's going to be hidden in the trees. It's not going to be an eyesore like people are trying to make it out. You're not going to notice it. The other issue that we've heard is health reasons. And somebody's already touched on it. These towers operate on RF waves, radio frequency waves. They're not the same kind of waves you have like gamma rays or ultraviolet rays. They're not the kind of radiation that's going to break down cells or anything of that nature. Someone mentioned the websites that are available, and that's what they say. There really is no support that RF waves at ground level are any danger to humans. So there really is no reason not to approve this tower. And I ask that you do this.
Anyone else wishing to speak in the back?
My name is Liddy Janot, and I am in Stonewall Hawthorne, and I'd like to take a gander here and just say that I think I'm probably one of the youngest ones in this room, and I would like to look to the forward future of Rappahannock County. And I'd like to also go off of Kirk's comments. We live about a stone's throw away from each other, also a stone's throw away. I think Emily Price, this is the first time we've met. Although I'd like to tell you a little story that falls in way also. Last Thursday, was it Thursday, we got that big storm.
Please
rolled through
address your
Woodville.
comments to the board. Thank you.
The storm blew through Woodville, and I was at a track meet with my 4 children in Luray, and my daughter was able to call me really fast, and the power was out, the internet was out, of course, and the cows were out. And so I'm stuck there in Luray with a 15-year-old over there trying to get the cows off. I believe they were on Emily property. That someone could call 911 and tell them to come get them off our property. I had nothing to do. I couldn't get to her. I was about 45 minutes away. And that night, I got back. There's storms popping everywhere. We're not able to do anything. We've got no power. We've got no phone line. We've got no cell coverage. We've got no internet. And that's the reality of being here in Rappahannock County. 3 times this week alone, we've had to go to different places in Culpeper or all the way on the other end of the county, which I'd also like to ask how many people in this, I know you can't answer it, but how many of you in this county actually have cell phone coverage or live on the other end of it? 3 times this week, we've had to go to different spots, being able to do homework, turn in homework, to answer crucial emails for things like answering where my kids are going to go that day, and for my husband to work for school, or for work from home that he does. So I understand that there may be some health concerns, but these are all things that are not proven in my mind, and that in the future, as you go forward, I don't see how you can afford not to have cell phone coverage here in Rappahannock County.
Thank you. Yes, there was another hand up in the back. Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commission members. My name is Claire Catlett, and I'm in the Hampton District, but I also am here on behalf of the Piedmont Environmental Council. I had sent a letter.
We can't hear you at all.
I'm sorry, I am soft-spoken. And I had sent a letter from the Piedmont Environmental Council for your review. Largely, the letter was a review of the county's personal wireless facility permitting. And again, that is for wireless facilities, which is what the discussion is about tonight. Specifically, as set forth in the code, section 170-108. And I just want to read a section of that code to you, which states that the purpose of personal wireless service facilities permitting is to achieve the most efficient provision of wireless service and utilization of facilities as possible. 2, to foster competition with minimum duplication of facilities and the attendant extra cost to service providers, co-users, and the county and the consumer. And 3, to minimize adverse effects on the community and the land. I'd like to focus on the second and third statements there. One being, or the second being, that fostering competition and minimum duplication of services. Really, this is not a panacea for broadband access in the county. I think it's very correlated, but this is not going to solve all of the broadband issues. I studied the map provided in the applications through GIS software, and there's a median range of connectivity for indoor use of only 1 mile by these 2 cell phone tower sites. There are extended ranges for outdoor and in-vehicle use that multiply out over 5 times that width, but there will still be broadband connectivity issues despite these towers. And the third, to minimize adverse effects on the community and the land, many of the scenic aspects of Rappahannock and the environmental and many other reasons people choose to live here. That proposed lattice-style towers are inconsistent with all the other PWSF facilities in the county. Clearly, that has changed as of tonight. So to take into consideration your power as a board to make recommendations that would respectively plan for the impact of the proposed facility to be convenient, attractive, and harmonious on property values, tourism, agricultural, forestal lands, and the existing use of the character of the land, whether the applicant proposes to take reasonable steps to minimize the visual aspects as well. And that is from the County Code for Personal Service Wireless Facilities. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Does anyone else have any comments for the Scrabble application? Yes, in the back. Yes, Sheila. Thank you.
Good evening, Sheila Gressinger, Hampton District. I've spoken on the cell towers quite a few times. I'm in favor of them. I go to the Board of Supervisors meetings quite a bit, and the Broadband Committee has been active for several years trying to find ways to be able to bring communication to our county, which is very, very important. And I know Phil recommended the scenic capability or ability of our comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan is for agriculture and tourism. And some people here have spoken about the importance of the cell tower, of cell communication with people who are coming. My point there would be we are now engaging in a younger generation, another generation of tourists who are coming, and they are encountering no cell phone coverage, which can be discouraging, and I think we want to be known as a welcoming county. The other point is there doesn't seem to be one size fits all for the cell towers. So the thing I brought up was it's the aesthetics. At the Board of Supervisors meeting, I took a picture on a trip, and it showed a cell tower that looked like a tree. So that would actually look better than the lattice work thing that they've shown, and it's also better looking than the thing that's at Benvenue. That is, Chris Parrish said one time it's ugly, and I finally found it, and it is ugly. This is not really ugly. It actually has moving branches, and so if you put it against the picture that somebody did in the Rappahannock News, they showed the lattice work. But if you were to superimpose this tree there against our forested background, it would blend in better, and I think it would be better for our county, so to be able to have coverage. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes.
I'm John Janot from Stonewall Hawthorne District. I just want to speak briefly in favor of the tower. We live very close to the site, and my wife spoke earlier for all of the reasons that have been discussed. We lose our phones constantly, lose internet constantly. We're trying to work from home, trying to communicate with people, trying to get kids to turn in assignments. We're going to have our first driver this fall, and it scares me to death to send her out on the road with no way to communicate with her. I think that's a very real concern for us. So for all the reasons that have been discussed, I'm going to speak in favor of the tower. I hope you approve it or recommend approval.
Thank you, John. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Joanne Tepper from Stonewall Hawthorne, and I come to speak in approval of the towers. The tower in Sperryville, if it's my understanding, that it was painted a light blue at the request of the people who rented the land to the tower because it blended in from their view with the sky. I play bridge every Monday at Beth Jones's, and we sit in her living room and look right at that tower and barely notice it, except that we always think if they had left the darn thing the way it was supposed to be, it had been much less visible. My husband fell in March of 2018 on the back patio while I was out at the food pantry and lay there on the patio for 4 hours, almost going into hypothermia. I had to spend 2 days in the hospital because his kidneys started to put out CPK, which my friend Jordan Matthews said was like gorilla glue in your kidneys, which if he'd had a cell phone, he would not have had to lay there for 4 hours till I got home. I also live right near the gentleman who spoke and the other lady. I live a mile down from Mount Lebanon, and I can stand out on my patio all day long, and I don't get a cell signal. So I approve the cell phones.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am. I know. Anyone else wishing to speak for the first time? Cindy, I'll allow you 3 more minutes.
Okay, the bottom line is, everybody I know in Woodville can get wireless broadband, can run their cell phones off of it if they want it. Same thing on Decibel. We're in a hilly county. You're not going to have a cell signal everywhere unless you put thousands of towers up. You're going to have one here, and then on the other side of the hill, you're not going to have one. That's the nature of the topography. We are right across the street from this proposed tower. Plus, it's close to the Jackson House for Assisted Living for the elderly. Plus, it's close to Mount Lebanon Baptist Church, where they have programs for children and the elderly during the week. It's too close to people to be healthy. Within the 1/4 a mile range is where the most severe effects happen after accumulation of 10 years, like cancers and things like that. We have a beautiful property, and from our hill you can see Decibel Mountain, you can see the mountains of the Shenandoah National Park. This will be right there, in our view shed. Ugly as can be, belching out poison. I personally am electromagnetic sensitive. I can feel it in this room. I can feel it when I walk into the library. The last thing I want is for a cell tower to be that close to where I live. It would cut our property values, destroy our view shed, and affect our health. And the fiber to the home that is coming, it's in the mission statement, is totally safe if it's hard. There is no radiation. It will give us broadband, phone, and TV without radiation. Okay, that's the way to go. We cannot have every ounce of the county covered by putting up these 2 cell towers. There's still going to be dead zones because we're hilly. So I say reject the towers, put the energy into the fiber to bring them in. Because the people close to the towers will be negatively affected. And we've been there over 50 years, and we're one of the farms that will be negatively affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Anyone wishing to speak a second time? Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Maxwell. You also had a little extra time, so if you could limit yourself to 3 minutes, please.
Will do, Madam.
Thank you.
I've heard some very concerning comments from some of my neighbors about safety issues, and that's the argument under the self-survey. I think the answer to that argument is fiber optics. And the companies that are bringing fiber optic into Rappahannock County will be encouraged if they see a market. They'll be discouraged if the market disappears because there's cell towers everywhere and the people already have the service that they want. So if we want to have the safe solution, and also the more reliable solution, because cell signals do go down in storms and electrical disturbances, and fiber optics never go down. If we want the safer solution, let's encourage the market to work by not approving any more cell phone towers so that the fiber optic companies have an encouragement in the marketplace to come in sooner than later. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, Sheila.
Move on to the next agenda item.
Really quick. This conversation just called to mind the story of the seashore where, people are saying, let's wait till the fiber optics get here. When is that going to be here? A couple of years down the road or whatever? We have the potential to be able to start covering more of our county and helping people who actually need it now. It's like the little boy who was throwing the starfish back into the sea, and the man said, what kind of a difference are you making? There's so many. And he said, well, it made a difference to that one. So let's make a difference to the people who need it right now and get it going.
Thank you, Sheila. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, Phil.
One follow-up to Woodville. The application, I believe, is for towers. It's not for the facilities that would be used on the towers, right? And I would like to suggest that that is a good reason why the towers themselves which is your application, which you'll be recommending to the Board of Supervisors for approval or not, is for towers. Let's not have any towers in Rappahannock County. There's other ways of doing it. So it's only for the coverage on highways, according to the maps that we've seen. There's no way of getting coverage to my farm, for instance.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else wishing to speak?
I'd like to speak about the Woodville site.
Yes, sir, that's the next agenda item. Anyone else wishing to speak? And with that, I declare this public comment, or public hearing, excuse me, closed. I was wondering how you all would like to take this up, as we have 2 applications on the agenda this evening. If there were certain comments you wish to make while we were visiting this particular application. And Mr. Light is out of the meeting this evening. This is in his district, and it is our usual manner to defer to the representative of the district for the application. Since he's not available this evening, is anyone inclined to volunteer to take on this discussion first?
I just would ask, is it your intent then that we handle these completely separately as opposed to how we did it last time? I
think we could handle it either way. I think there are peculiarities to each project, and we certainly could. I think last time when we discussed them, we were just discussing if they were suitable for public hearing, rather than the actual merits of each application.
You have 2 applications, they need to be heard individually.
Okay, that was my inclination as well.
Well, I'll just jump in, and in the interest of full disclosure, my family has property about a little over a mile from where the Scrabble tower would be located, so I have some familiarity with that road, Jackson Lane, which is how my family, how my family would access their property. So I do have some familiarity with that road, and so I don't quite know how to approach this because we have been given some recent information on some Virginia code provisions that kind of update us on how strictly we can look at these matters. And so I don't want to put things out there that are that would either be unfair to the applicant to discuss or unfair to those who are interested in this. But so I'll say just in passing to address a few points that the height of the tower in Scrabble is still something of a question for me. I did go out to the site when we did the second balloon test, and I do appreciate that CWS did, as we asked, do a second balloon flight. But unfortunately, it was a little windy that day, which is certainly not their fault, but it did cause the string of this balloon to get caught in the tree. And so it was not possible for me to see the actual height of the balloon. I believe it was, if I had to guess, probably about 50 or 60 feet lower because of being caught in the tree. So that, the height of it still remains an issue for me. Since you brought up the question of trees shielding it, I think that's correct. However, I would just note that as somebody mentioned, the tower as proposed would be fairly close to 522, even though Jackson Lane kind of scoots around on the side. And there are a limited number of trees on the parcel that you are leasing for this, but the trees that form the bulk of the buffer from 522 and from the houses there are actually on other properties on Jackson Lane. So a lot of the buffer, that visual buffer that exists now, and might impact how visible the balloon would be depending on its height, are not within the control of the applicant. And I will also just note, again, because of my familiarity with that site, that there are 2 very small homes that are, as you rightly mentioned, about 430 feet, I think you said, 430 to 460 feet from the tower. So it's close to these homes. So I just note that, especially in terms of how high and visible they might be from that. But I would like to say that I, for one, appreciate that CWS has brought this application to us, both these applications. I don't think there's much dispute in most minds that cell phone and improved internet would be very beneficial on many levels. I'll just say that folks have come to me and expressed concern on the other side that safety issues along 522, because it's a windy, twisty road where you have to pass along the way. If you look down for a second and you're texting, you know, that creates a safety issue on the other side. It's not necessarily a total slowing down on the safety question. So I just wanted to express that folks have raised that to me and asked me to make that known. But again, I don't know the full scope of what we can consider, because some of what the state, in its infinite wisdom, has decided that some of the things that folks have raised might be appropriate for us to base a decision on. So whether you agree with our representatives at the state level or not, that's something that we have to look at. So I just raised that at the moment.
Thank you. Should I move down the table, Mr. Cole?
Sure. I'd like to thank everybody for their input and for coming here, because it's a community issue, and I'm glad a good representation of the community is here, and I thank you for that. For those of you who have Verizon and have terrible service, I suggest you call the SCC, and you will get a call from Verizon immediately, asking what they can do for you. So that might be of some help to some people. I do have some concerns that I don't know why these sites were particularly chosen. They apparently work as far as running down the highway, but I don't see that. It seems there could be. I'd like to know what the basis was for those decisions, and what other sites were perhaps investigated. It would be helpful in understanding the criteria that was used. I'd like to be nice if there was more propagation out into the county than just down the highway, which would certainly be possible from some sites, but it's not from others. And I think that that's part of the goal of the county is to increase, part of the goal of the county is to increase service to county residents, not to the highway. And I think that's a significant issue for me. Really, I think as the county's, it's up to the county to provide service to the people of the county, and not just to the highway. I understand the need for emergency services. I understand a lot of these things. I just think it's a rather narrow scope here, and I'd like the people in the room to understand that there are certain things we cannot consider, and that's where we are. So as a commission, so we have to be focused on what it is that we can approve or disapprove. That's all I have for the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Ms. Mead?
Thank you. I appreciate CWS's willingness to consider the monopole versus the lattice. However, I think it's a balance here, a balance of the need, much of what we've heard tonight, and the conformance with the comprehensive plan. The adverse impact on community and land, we keep hearing that over and over, and I don't know that that's been addressed. We've had a lot of comments about demonstrating the reasons for selecting the site and the rural connectivity. I think we've heard a lot of information tonight, and it's a lot to digest. There's still questions to be answered.
Mr. Hunter?
I guess the most interesting thing about this application that occurred is the involvement of Chantel on behalf, I guess, of the Sprint frequency. And Chantel is the major provider of cell service over in Shenandoah County. And Shenandoah County is my home county, and it's a very long county, basically running from the intersection of 66 and 81 to just a little bit south of Newmarket, and basically running from the Massanutten Mountain to the Allegheny Mountain to the West Virginia line, and there's a lot of hills and everything in between. And over the years, they have expanded their service there in the county to pretty much cover every holler and valley and remote section. I have a cabin up in the western part of Rappahannock County in the Croydon-Burton area. And for years, I've never had cell service, and now when I go there, it's surprising I have cell service. So if Chantel is moving this way to a new market, I'm sure they have a business plan on what they hope to develop and penetrate here in the county. And I would like to hear some comments on what they plan on doing here in Rappahannock County, because of anybody that has a potential to penetrate this county and do something, I think it would be them versus some larger carrier like AT&T or Verizon or something like this. So I'd like to hear what y'all's long-term plan is here. You don't have any?
No, I wasn't sure if we should address it now or at the end. There are a number of questions that have come up.
You could address them. Well, I think some of your comments maybe might be better served cumulatively toward the end, but because this is a pointed question, I think that perhaps now might be a good time to address it. Yes, please do use the microphone.
Good evening, my name is Jessie Wilmer. I'm the site acquisition manager for Chantel. As you know, Chantel is an affiliate of Sprint. We provide the network for Sprint to provide the GCS coverage. Sprint is the holder of frequencies that we transmit on. As far as our development in Rappahannock County, like we have in other counties, our first step is to develop the corridors. Just like we would in the Shenandoah Valley, Shenandoah County. The first step was to cover 81 and Route 11. Then you start covering the secondary roads. And then you start covering the residential communities and the businesses that are off those main corridors. So, like I said, the first step is to cover the corridors, and this is where this plan is for now in Rappahannock County for Chantel and Sprint.
Your plan in Shenandoah County started how many years ago?
Chantel has a wireline business and a wireless business. So our wireline facilities, our fiber pretty much covers the entire county. Wireless, we deployed our first wireless facility about in the late 1990s. It was first the analog coverage, and then it went to just voice coverage. Now it's evolved to LTE coverage, where you have not only voice capabilities, but wireless broadband service through your handheld device. So it's evolving. Next up is 5G. And unfortunately, with 5G, as you deploy more and more services under 5G, the cell site sort of shrinks. So we do have to look into account of that as the next step in technology. It's going to continuously change over time. It's just the nature of wireless business. And we have to keep up with that per our FCC license. So we're constantly changing equipment, upgrading sites, and deploying more sites so we can provide the coverage that our customers need. We tend to listen to our customers and where we put sites. We listen to them and say, hey, if they're coming into our stores and complaining that they don't have service in this particular area or calling into our call centers, we don't have coverage in this area, we listen to that, and that's where we deploy sites. We're kind of complaint-based, I guess you could say. The sites that we put in are a lot of times sites that folks complain that they don't have great service.
So how much of Shenandoah County is not covered? Any?
You mean pops or coverage?
Coverage.
I couldn't tell you the exact number, but we do cover a fair amount of Shenandoah County.
In the Fort Valley, that's not unsimilar to large parts of Rappahannock, which is a very rural and remote area.
Correct.
And you have service up and down Fort Valley.
Correct.
Now, Page County, are you in Page County?
We are.
Are you more advanced in Page County in coverage than of course, than you are in Rappahannock County?
Oh, yes.
Are you covering pretty much all of Page County and pretty much the only provider in Page County?
No, other carriers provide service in Page County as well.
Are you the #1 carrier in Page County?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not on the sales side of things.
Well, in terms of sites, how many sites y'all have in Page County?
I don't have the number in front of me. Probably,
How many?
It's not.
probably about 20. I'm just kind of guessing.
Are you in Warren County?
We don't have a whole lot of coverage in Warren County at this point. That's only outskirts of our network.
Now, in the future, when this fiber is in the ground from Rappahannock Electric, is that something you all will potentially consider dealing with, connecting it to the houses?
Absolutely. Well, when fiber is built along 522, Chantel is also a fiber provider. We bury fiber in the ground. That's our other wireline business. We've approached our own company to bury fiber along 522. It's not cost benefit because we don't have any customers who would use that service like a cell phone tower would. Cell phone towers use a lot of that broadband, or a lot of that fiber to get the backhaul back to our switch. And until that fiber network is built, cell phones can't go on air. Yes, we can microwave them, daisy chain them. That's not a great scenario for us to use. If one cell site goes down, the whole corridor goes down, and we don't necessarily like to do that. So fiber is what we would like above and beyond anything else. I know that each year I get a list of sites across Virginia that are on microwaves, and we are putting them on fiber every year as much as we can.
I guess moving into the future, looking ahead, we will hear more from Chantel in Rappahannock County, more things that you're doing. And you mentioned you used the word subsidiary affiliate like this. You're an independent company from Sprint. You're not owned by Sprint.
No, we're
You're a
not.
publicly traded company that's completely independent of Sprint with your headquarters in Edinburgh, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, no, I'm so sorry.
The maps we looked at a while ago, the coverage area of the 2 towers, we had 2 maps, one with 2 towers and one with no towers. You never created a map showing coverage just with 1 tower, for example, either the Eldon Farm or the Woodville site, only 1 tower was approved, and what gaps would be created by that?
Chantel may have looked at that, we didn't receive it from them, or think that it was relevant for them to fill out the 2 sites for
So you're pretty certain you're going to get 2 or nothing?
No, but we have had an independent radio frequency engineer analyze that corridor, and this was way at the beginning of this whole process.
But you gave us one with no approval, and then one with approval, but you didn't break the 2. Are you counting on having both or nothing?
I don't count on anything.
You better count on something. You're counting on something.
I hope we get them both approved. In order to cover that effectively cover that entire stretch of road, we need 2 sites. They need 2 sites.
The issue with the paint on the cell tower, the color.
Can I for you open the mic, please?
Do you mind, Hope?
No.
Thank you.
So the issue with the color on the spray of the tower, how did that happen? I mean, was that just a standard color that y'all picked out and you used it before? Or?
We have used it before. It's actually, it's not white, it's a pale blue. I can't say for certain that the photos that I showed you of the graduated paint monopoles that were green at the bottom and sky colored at the top, I don't know because those are older structures, that's the exact same color, but it was, the goal was similar, you know, to have a color that would blend with the sky.
Was it the fact that it was the Blue Ridge Mountains behind it, and the mountains were so beautiful and green that the color conflicted with that instead of the sky?
You know,
I mean, with this particular pole here, the mountains were the background, not the sky. It wasn't the sky.
I understand, and there was a lot of discussion at, I don't remember if there was at the Planning Commission, but there certainly was at the board hearing for Sperryville. There was a lot of discussion back and forth about what could be done to mitigate the visual impact for some of the closest neighbors. And a decision was made collectively by the board that something that would blend with the sky would be the most effective mitigation for the close-by neighbors.
When you said the board, that's the board of supervisors?
Yes. That was the discussion at the meeting, and we were asked as a condition, we didn't suggest painting at all in our application. We were asked as a condition of approval to paint the tower.
Was you surprised about how that tower stood out?
A little bit.
And it's staying, nothing's changed, right? I don't know if you're correct, nothing's changed in that tower, it's staying that color, right?
Nothing has changed.
Nothing
The
is
color
changed.
has not changed,
Right.
no. I mean, that paint will weather over time. I think, it will, you know, when it's first applied, I believe that it is at its brightest, and on a really sunny day, it looks very bright and very white. I don't think it will look that way forever, but it won't be paint, you know, it won't be a dark green or a dark brown, which would have succeeded in camouflaging it for the views that are against the ridgeline. And we did have a conversation again at the board hearing about the fact that the correct color paint depends on where you're looking at it from. So there's no perfect solution.
Now, it's my understanding that neither one of the towers are currently working, the one in Boston on the Anderson property and the one in Sprayville, they're not doing anything yet, they're not operational, or are they?
No cell service at either location. The Boston Tower has a broadband provider providing service from their Virginia Broadband, who also wants to provide service at these two towers. The Boston Tower, we have a lease with T-Mobile, and they have been working on their installation of equipment for many months, and for a variety of reasons, it's taken a very long time, much longer than I think they would have preferred, certainly the community would have preferred. They had the equipment backlogs that delayed them for a while. The permitting in Culpeper was extremely protracted. And then after they did get their building permits, they had to redesign some of their equipment, so they had to go back in for permitting. And it sounds a little bit too good to be true, but I was told that just yesterday they received their revised permit. The equipment is at the site, it's on the ground, waiting to be installed, waiting for these permits. Unfortunately, while they were waiting for the permits, they redeployed the tower crew to another site, so they have to finish up there, and then they're supposed to be told by T-Mobile that they'll be back at the site in Boston in the next, hopefully 30 to 45 days.
Shouldn't you open on the one in Boston and the one in Sprayville?
Yes.
You were here at the last meeting when we did a Sprayville, how come they're not on one tower yet?
Correct. Well, I guess I'll let Jesse answer.
But you're the boss, I mean, you're the owner of the tower, so
We're
you
the
should
owner
know.
of the tower, but we can't and don't control when the service providers deploy their service.
But you got a lease with them, and you should have some indication of when they're
Well,
going to start utilizing their property.
We don't have a lease with Shentel at Sperryville for Boston yet. We have fully negotiated documents that were very close to signature. Again, I feel more comfortable with Shentel addressing this directly, but they had some shifting of priorities. I think there was some concern, and again, I mentioned earlier the concept of you know, if we build out this and we build out this, but we don't have the coverage in the middle, maybe this isn't the right time to build
So
that out.
I'm just trying to dig down to things that haven't been said, trying to understand this process and how it's working. So you got T-Mobile coming to Boston, but you got Sperryville. You got Chantel here with you, on the right side with you here. They were here before, nobody else was. And they're kind of being presented as your key player on these towers, but yet they haven't committed, or they're not going to commit to anything and let you get all four?
We do have leases with them now at Woodville and Scrabble.
Is it contingent upon getting the other two?
No.
But they haven't done anything to get the process started, whereas T-Mobile has?
Correct. We did have a signed lease with T-Mobile before Chantel. You know, I think for the reasons that you were getting at a few minutes ago, we feel very comfortable that Chantel is going to be aggressive in building out this market. They're a more rural-focused carrier, as you indicated. They're a regional carrier. They're not a national carrier. You know, it just makes a lot of sense. I showed the one map where, you know, there's a whole network of sites that already exist, structures that already exist in Rappahannock County, all along 211 and up and down 520, you know, well, the northern part of 522 right now. Sprint and Chantel, you know, co-working are on all of those structures. So they've already committed a lot of resources to this county, more than any other carrier when you combine Sprint and Chantel. So it just makes sense for the reasons that Jesse said, that they're going to continue to build this out and continue to solidify their footprint in this county so that they can expand their customer base.
Will you be more community-minded and potentially work with some people that may have better taste in the Board of Supervisors? Or do some samples or something? Where there's more, less confusion or something like that?
Well, you know, again, we're bringing this up now. I think it came up a little later in the conversation with the Sperryville site. I don't think it came up until 4. I may be misremembering that, but
I believe that you offered to camouflage the tower in Sperryville when we had the hearing at the Board of Supervisors level.
Right.
And that option was to be on the table. I've only asked you to do that. You came back with a price for us to do that.
It was $25,000.
Yes, sir, it was.
You're talking about repainting.
Yes,
I'm talking about
that's
the
correct.
decision to paint it originally.
That's correct. But when we sat in the hearing initially, you had said you could paint on site to blend, was what I believe you had sold us on. But that's a different discussion. And I mean, if that the painting of that tower is on the table with the consideration of these towers, it might be something to discuss. But otherwise, I think it's kind of a field of our current discussion.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Henning. Mr. Bird?
I feel we're in a situation where unfortunately the costs and the deficits of the situation are visited on a few people and the benefits are visited on the many. And this is unfair, but it is the way the situation is going to work. We're also dealing with a situation where free private enterprise business is providing the services, and the government doesn't have to, local government doesn't have to pay for it. And this leaves us with a minimum of choices as to basically we can decide, do we want to have this service? Do we want to have it anytime soon? Or do we want to reinvent the wheel and go through a long and not necessarily successful bargaining process to get something that hasn't been identified yet, which may or may not be better, worse, or the same as what we have. And so that it seems to me in this situation, we basically have to decide, do we want emergency responder service? Do we want cell service for people whom it seems really do need the ability to communicate? Or do we not? And that it's pretty much that simple. And one has to put the costs and the problems involved up against the benefits and the solutions that it provides. And it seems to me that there really isn't much alternative to what we are looking at the moment.
I would just say that in terms of this location, this application and the details we've heard pertaining to it this evening, I do have a few concerns. One is the concern that I heard from several people, and that was already raised by Ms. Ishii this evening, which was that on Saturday, when the balloon was to be flown for 4 hours at a height of 199 feet, apparently the balloon did get caught in the trees. Some folks saw it. It was not flown at the 199 foot that people were expecting to see. And so my concern is that people that may have looked for what their impacts may be at that time may not have gotten the right idea. I think it's very unfortunate. It was a very windy day. But I had people who went out to look at both balloon flights, and there was a difference. So that is a concern. And my other concern is with the offer to bond this evening. I would not want to undertake the bonding process without having a discussion with the county attorney first. And actually, if we're going to have a discussion of factors about this site, I would prefer to have the county attorney present for that discussion. And since we asked CWS for an extension on the time, and we only have until the end of December to really discuss alternatives, is going to take some time. And I don't know that the current timeline allows us to discuss alternatives. Do you all intend to offer us additional time on this application? Is that something you would consider?
We haven't discussed it. We need to discuss it.
Well, I think with waivers changing prior or during the course of this meeting, and also my concern with Mr. Light not being here and this being in his district, it would be my preference to table this for the time being until next month, when Mr. Light would be back and able to voice the concerns for his district. And also we can have our county attorney present to advise us on matters like the waivers. That being said, how should we proceed? Is anyone wanting to make a motion on this application?
Is it your intent to leave the public hearing open or close the public hearing?
We do need.
It's already closed.
You're not going to, if they amend it, there's not going to be another public hearing? Doesn't sound fair.
Well, there would be a public comment period.
I don't think you can postpone this unless the applicant agrees. So if you're going to get into your time, you can't.
That was my concern as well, Mr. Henry.
I don't think you can, you've got 150 days, and we already talked about that last month, about how that ran. And unless they agree to an extension, I don't think you can do that without saying yes to an extension.
I mean, the waiver is a curveball. If I had known that we would be discussing specifics like that, I would have, I think the county attorney should be present for those sorts of discussions that are contractual obligations.
Well, y'all can always address the waivers at the board level.
Yeah, but it's better, as you know, Mr. Henry, it's better to get it squared up here before you send it up to the board.
As I recall, we have this 30-day time frame here coming up. we have 30 days to make a decision from today. And that is 2 days after our next meeting. Now, if CWS wants to lock or something during that time, whatever you want to call it, but certainly take it into consideration and we can make our decision at our next meeting.
Is that a motion?
I'm just bringing it up for discussion.
Well, can I just interject in there that, I'm not ready quite to make a motion on that, but there are additional questions I would be interested in asking the applicant. Now, if we're going to continue this, I would hold those if appropriate, or continue them now. I don't.
Did you want to address those other questions that were asked now? Have you?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
So I will,
Would you mind?
thank you, and try to make this quick. We've got more yet to go, as I'm well aware, but, so I just want to make sure I understood whether you gave a specific answer to the question of whether you have, as I understand, you said you have T-Mobile has contracts on both Boston and the Sperryville towers?
Correct.
But you don't know at what point they're going to actually deploy that.
Well, I do know that Boston is happening in the next probably 60 days. I mean, unless something else changes. Again, it's not in my personal control, or our company's control, but they have just yesterday received their revised building permit. The equipment has been delivered. That was part of the delay. And we were told, we asked the question, knowing that it would come up tonight. We asked the question yesterday and were told by representatives of T-Mobile that they would have, that they, as I mentioned, moved the crew to another site, that they would probably be done there in the next month, and their next assignment would be to come back to the Boston site and finish that installation. So I know that T-Mobile's goal, and that's about all I can speak to, is to have that site on air to count in their numbers, which are very important, by the end of the year.
And what about Sperryville?
Sperryville, I think they're in the early preliminary stages of putting their drawings together. It's not at the top of their priority list right now.
So could you give us any kind of ballpark as to when there might be a commercial carrier on that cell tower?
No, I don't know I wouldn't want to speak without having gotten that information from them.
So these two towers that you're applying for today, I assume they're part of an overall plan. Do you have a sense of whether Sperryville is going to proceed, whether or not these two towers get approved, or do you have, what's your business plan around that?
I'm not sure.
In other words,
I mean, Sperryville's in the air.
So I'm assuming that whatever the decision is on these two towers, ultimately, you still plan to proceed and put equipment on and have providers on the Sperryville tower?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's our business. We don't make money by putting a pole in the ground. So we have to, we anticipate that Chantel's going to move forward, and T-Mobile is going to move forward.
So when you were planning the Sperryville Tower and got approval for the Sperryville Tower, did you have in the pipeline these two other applications? Were you planning on that as part of your overall strategy?
Yes, I mean, not specifically. We knew that there was a need in between the propagation maps that we provided when we did the Sperryville application clearly showed that that site didn't provide service all the way down 522 to Boston. So we knew that there was going to be a need, or that there was a need, but we hadn't worked on those areas yet. We were working on population centers, and where we had a more immediate tenant coming on board. Right around the time that we got the Sperryville site approved, we started down the road of talking with the carriers, trying to figure out, at one point we were wondering if one site would be enough to cover that whole stretch. We worked on that with our engineers and with the carriers, found that it was a two-site solution. Then we go into our process of trying to identify a location.
Were you in negotiations, if I may ask, you don't have to answer, but with the people you entered into contracts with ultimately for the land when the Sperryville application was, so you had to know. Thank you for answering that. So in terms of, again, in terms of the coverage of this, and I don't know whether it's you or Chantel would answer this. So for the Scrabble Tower, you have basically 3 mountains right around. You've got a straight line down 522 one way, you've got it another way in part, but you've got Red Oak Mountain, you've got Decibel Mountain, and you've got the Butler Mountain behind that, and a number of hills and dips. So I'm assuming it was a little difficult to read the map and see exactly where the road was from that, but I'm assuming Decibel and Butler and Red Oak will not allow line of sight to go much beyond them. So first of all, is that true? And second is, can you answer, this is a purely technical question, if somebody is located below the tower, so the tower's here and somebody's down, significantly in a dip, are they going to get cell phone coverage from that tower? How does that work?
Those are very technical engineering questions, and I might like Jamie Dennis and Chantel to come up and respond to that. Before he does that, I need to correct, when you were talking about were we in negotiations with those landowners when Sperryville was going on, I had the Boston Tower in my head. I don't actually recall exactly when. The Sperryville Tower, I believe, was approved sometime last fall, so in the fall of
August 2018.
August 2018, okay. And so I know that for instance, that we started talking with the folks at Eldon Farms in May of 2018. So it was prior to the approval of the Sperryville site. It was after the Boston approval, though. Boston was approved a couple of years ago. So, if you don't mind, Jamie answering that.
Hi, Jamie Dennis. I think the first question was, will one of the other mountains work?
No, it wasn't that question. I'm just wondering how, in terms of how much the coverage is going to radiate out, because we have 2 mountains on one side and then 1 mountain right behind it on the other side. I assume those are going to block any coverage beyond that. There won't be line of sight for those mountains.
Yeah, you pretty much have to have line of sight. If there's a mountain and the tower below the mountain will block the signal. As far as exploring the other mountains, if the towers would work, I would just need the coordinates and run it in the tool and see if it will propagate.
How about then dips below it?
It's as far as will the signal propagate into the dip?
Correct.
It's fine. It all depends, on how I orient the antennas. So if the antennas are pointed up in the air, clearly they won't, but the antennas, they're all different. The vertical beam width's different. So you can have a narrow beam width, a wide vertical beam width. Those are typically 7-8 degrees. So at that terrain, I'll make sure I get in the dip. That's my goal, is to get through the road and down the road. That's my first priority.
I'm thinking of properties that not on directly on 522, but as you go back, it goes up and down, the train goes up and down. So are people in the dips likely to get that?
They will receive it. Each case is separate. So I can't say every person, but the 800 megahertz, which is the lower frequency, it tends to penetrate homes better. It goes with the lay of the land a lot better. And the higher the frequency, the 1900 megahertz, doesn't penetrate the home as well. It doesn't roll with the terrain as well. The 2.5, the 5G, the higher frequency, definitely struggles getting into those. So the higher the frequency, the harder it is to penetrate a building, or it doesn't move far, it doesn't roll with the lay of the land as well. The 800 megahertz is totally different. The footprint's a lot larger.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And one last comment on these, and not just a question, is again, this is, I think a lot of folks have focused on the sightliness of the Woodville Tower, but I will just point out, as you come from either toward Woodville or from Woodville, what you find then all the way to Culpeper line basically is a pretty wooded, bucolic kind of area. If for some reason the buffers weren't in place, the trees on the surrounding properties, that tower would be a very industrial use right there on 522. So that's just a thought, and again, the height matters there, but just an awareness of that.
Thank you.
Am I understanding you'll be using the 800 megahertz on these towers?
I hope so, yes, sir. That's the plan, as well as 1900.
And that still won't propagate, but it's mostly going to be aimed. We're aiming up and down these roads. I mean, how many projections do you have coming off the tower
but it'll be 360 degrees. The antenna's 90 degrees, 65 degrees, 33, whatever we want to put on the tower, but it'll pretty much cover 360 in the null of the antennas. It's weaker, but it's not like you just have a beam here, and no one here gets the signal.
And what's the approximate range
For
for connectivity? If you've got a beam that's...
it all, the frequency depends, all of that depends, the terrain depends. 1900 megahertz, 800 megahertz, the 1900 flatlands, no hills, 2 miles.
Well, let's say 800, and I'm not expecting everybody to get it, but 4 miles, 5 miles, not 6.
It could, I mean, I've given you good, reliable service.
And those are the numbers that the propagation maps are based on?
The propagation maps are 1900 megahertz.
One of the things that I always like to point out, and it's probably intuitive, but, you know, it's not, the cell phone service is not, you know, serves to here, but it doesn't, you know, it's a matter of how robust and reliable coverage is. And you'll get stronger coverage. Some of those white areas on the map, they might be able to get a signal. It's just not a signal that is of quality and consistency that the carrier wants. So, you know, even these maps, they're not, you know, they're not hard and fast. And it really just depends on a lot of factors. And some of it is just a range of the quality of service as opposed to I have no service and I have service.
And I'd like to follow up on something Mr. Henry asked about the the network. But you made a statement earlier that said that having these towers or having the 2 towers improves the odds of building out the network. So are the odds not so good at building it out if we're not there?
Well, it's all a matter of priorities. I mean, the carriers only have a limited amount of resources, just like any other business, even though they're large companies and even, you know, seemingly bottomless pit of dollars. It's all a matter of priorities. And having been on the end of, you know, trying to figure out which carriers are going to lease space from us on the sites that we own, the priorities change all the time. And sometimes a carrier will be working on a site and then all of a sudden stop and put it on hold, work on another site and come back to it. So I'm just saying that I think being able to present a solution, you know, Chantel had mentioned this concept to me that you know, their preference is not to just build out, you know, Sperryville and Boston and have that stretch in between where they might attract some new customers and those customers would be constantly dropping calls down the road. It just makes more sense for them. You know, I keep coming back to that map, I guess because I thought it was pretty impressive, and we don't see it in a lot of places where the combined Sprint and Chantel had, you know, the capability, had sites down, you know, both the entire length almost of both of those roads with the addition of these new sites. So that kind of demonstrates that that's what they're working towards. And as Jesse said, building out these corridors to get a presence in the county before they expand out from there.
So, yes, Christine, can we ask Mr. Fury about the timeline so that we don't make a mistake here? Do you mind?
Mine, Mr. Kerr's one.
I think it's attached to board docs. The Board of Supervisors will have to hold their public hearing at the November meeting or December meeting, and presumably the November meeting, and we'll advertise that public hearing prior to that, not the previous week, but the 2 weeks. So it'll be 3 weeks back to meet the requirements of the code. So the Board of Supervisors' first newspaper advertisement will run the week of the Planning Commission meeting, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly. But of course, they won't meet till the beginning of November. So if the board receives a recommendation from the Planning Commission during your next meeting, that will allow them to proceed through the process and then ultimately make a decision in November or December.
So we could table it until next month.
Correct.
And still get that timeline.
I think there's 2 days after our meeting, that's when the 30 days runs out.
What are we going to accomplish if we postpone it for 30 days?
Well, I think personally, I'd like to see the waivers and the conditions and our expectations for how this tower is to appear to be more dialed in. I also have concerns about the flight on Saturday not being at the requested height. And I think that needs to be brought to the public's attention so that they can review the photos as well as if they attended the balloon flight on Saturday.
Well, I would like to see if there were other locations that were considered and that's why they were considered and why they were rejected.
Can I address all of this? Just to start with your concerns, the waivers that we're requesting were all requested as part of the Sperryville application as well. And were all granted with the exception of the microwave waiver, which was granted with a timeline that really didn't help us very much. So I'm presuming that somewhere along the line that was analyzed with the Sperryville application. I'm just putting that out there. The balloon flight, I apologize, I was not aware, or balloon guy didn't indicate to me that there was a problem with it. But as I mentioned at last month's meeting, we did fly a balloon in March, which was really a better test because the leaves weren't on the trees, and that gives people a lot of times feel like that, what it's going to look like in the winter. And we did notify all the same people that received notice this time and received notice of a public hearing, property owners within a mile of the site. So they have had an opportunity to see the balloon, and it's not an ordinance requirement that we fly the balloon. So I'm just putting that out there. As far as the site selection, I actually have some information, generic information about that in my PowerPoint for the Woodville application because I've heard a lot more questions about that site selection than I had about Scrabble. But just to sort of preview that, our process, it's a very sort of chicken and the egg kind of a process. I mean, we start out, as I mentioned earlier, we knew there was a coverage gap on this stretch of road. We worked with some independent engineers that we hired as well as with the carriers to say what's needed here. Where do you need sites generally? We call it a search area. They provide us that information. Then we go out and we look at maps. It's a little bit more challenging in Rappahannock because there isn't an automated GIS system like a lot of the counties have. So we have to kind of look at physical maps and drive around and look around, and we try to find look at parcels that are in the general vicinity of where the engineers would like the site to be for the signal propagation. Then we have to start looking at all these other factors that come into play. We have to look at topography, elevation, making sure we can get enough elevation to satisfy what the engineers need. We have to have access to a public road. That property owner has to have access to a public road. We have to have reasonable, proximity to power and to fiber, or at least the expectation that we'll be able to get fiber to the site eventually. If we put a site a mile back from 522, the odds of getting fiber there anytime soon are not that great. So we look at that. We look at setbacks, zoning requirements. We have to look at all that. And then we have to find a willing ground owner, which is also not an easy task. There aren't a ton of people that want cell phone towers on their land. But there are some, but there aren't, you can't assume that every parcel that you identify that would be a great spot, that there's a willing ground owner. So it's not an exact science. I can't tell you, we looked at every single parcel and we did talk to other property owners in that general area. I can't tell you who exactly. I know one joiner that we spoke to. We had a title issue with one property. That's another issue. There are access issues, easements, title. It's just a lot of work that goes into trying to find a site that checks all the boxes. and then once you find a parcel that works, then you have to kind of work with the and a willing ground owner, and work with that ground owner to say that where is it going to be on the parcel, and every ground owner has their own preferences in terms of, do they have a house on the parcel? Do they plan to build something? Is there another use? Where do they want it? And so all that's got to come together.
I think here you got a good site. It's some distance off the road. It's sheltered, V-shaped, a large number of trees, a lot of them are evergreen trees, pines. It has a road into it. The environmental impact here is nominal. You only have a river, basically a river shed of area there running from here to Boston that you can consider a limited number of property owners and consider all these other factors. I think this particular site is very good. And if we've used these waivers before in Sperryville, if you drop the height from 199 down, you lose coverage. You may have to have another tower to accomplish what you can accomplish 2 towers versus 3. So, weighing all these things, I think this application is probably appropriate to move on. I think maybe we're going to have more discussions on the open farm application.
I think you're correct. I don't want to gloss over this, though. I mean, there has been discussion and concerns about the lattice structure, and monopole does seem to be a general preference for folks in Rappahannock County.
And they proffered to give us a monopole. So
and then in terms of, the mantel's other appearance, I would like to hear from other people about that as well.
I'll say that in terms of the balloon test, I do believe, I was trying to find the provision, but I do believe that our ordinance allows the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors to require either a crane test or a balloon test from an applicant. I much as I appreciate that they showed us pictures of the tower in the winter from one of the houses, I was actually out at the site whenever it was, the past weekend, and the balloon, even caught in the tree, was visible standing on the road, looking up at the house and looking up at the tree. So I think it would be helpful for folks to really understand the visual impact of that height, and I don't think the balloon test as provided did do that. So I do think that is a concern. I think I wouldn't want folks to underestimate that. If once we make an approval on this, it's done, and I think before we do that, we have an obligation to make sure that we have seen, what the actual height is.
Any other thoughts or motions?
I would agree with that. These issues statement.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application, pass it on to the Board of Supervisors with the recommendation that a monopole, which has been offered by the applicant, be accepted. The proffers in terms of the bonding be accepted, and the waivers included in the application with consideration with the color selection workout be addressed by the Board of Supervisors. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion. This site is different than the Sperryville site in that there are people that live nearby, and one of the waivers that we're giving is the landscaping waiver. And I think we ought not to give that on this application. I think we ought to require ground level landscaping to help with the folks that live within 400, 500 feet of the structure. If you're willing to amend your motion, Mr. Henry.
They're going to see what's above the 10 or 12 feet landscape, the equipment. The other tower sites in the county, I think Benvenue has some trees around there. I know the Miller site, Salo is supposed to be not. Amosville Fire Department is not. the app does not. So either way, I'll be happy to amend it if it needs to be addressed at the board level. We can address it. I'll be happy to amend it to take out the waiver on the landscape.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
So I'll say that I'm afraid I took with the greatest possible respect for Mr. Henry and all the information and knowledge he brings to this. I respectfully would have to oppose this because I think it is very close to the road there, and I do think there are homes right there, and I think it would be misleading to tell them that it doesn't have significant impacts when in fact it might. And I think we asked for this. I don't think the applicant intentionally didn't provide it, but I don't think we have the information necessary to approve, to suggest that this be moved on and approved.
Any other discussion?
I don't believe we also know that the Boston Tower isn't going to provide service to that area. The Boston Tower is not functional. It could be that that tower will be providing service there. And that's something that's...
Then you have to assume that they don't know what they're doing with their maps that they do with their frequency coverage. And I don't think they're going to go out here and spend, $500,000 or whatever to go down the drain to duplicate coverage that they have. So I think, you have to, why are they going to throw that money away if they got coverage? They're not going to build a tower that duplicates coverage they already have, so that doesn't make sense.
Ms. May, do you have anything to add?
My only thought is if we get the landscaping at the base and that we've gone to the monopole, if the recommendation could include that you take a strong look at that height, and if that height is really necessary. I don't know that the ordinance says you have to have 4 co-locators, but that's why you have it the 40 to 50 feet above the tree line. And if we're not getting 4 on other towers, is that the ultimate height needed? And I think if you would commit to taking a strong look at that, I could maybe get on the other side of the motion.
I'll just throw out one thing in response to what Mr. Henry suggested. I think what I heard the applicant say was that their range, predicted range, tends to be conservative, if anything. And so I think it is quite possible that you could, again, you're not going to get ranges out very far into the surrounding community. What you're going to get is a range down 522. And so you're not going to get that much coverage, as I understand it, from this tower, into the areas anyway. So it's quite possible, it seems to me, that what you're going to get from the Boston Tower may well reach at least a good part of the way. So I just don't, again, I don't feel like we have enough information to approve this at this time.
If that's the end of the discussion, does anyone have anything else to say?
I guess one thing, Holly, with the other application, I'm sure you encountered too, about here, if you shorten the height in your coverage dimensions, so, I think we capped it when we wrote this ordinance back almost 20 years ago. I was on board then, and that was a long process. And we went at 199, I think towers in the county are 199. I don't remember what it was anything shorter than 199. But if you don't do the 199, you're not going to get the coverage, and you could end up having another tower, to make it a system that works. So I'd rather have 2 than 3. So
If no one has anything else to add, we do have a motion and a second, and this is a roll call vote. Michelle?
Mr. Byrd?
Aye.
Ms. Ishii?
No.
Mr. Kohler?
No.
Ms. Mee?
With the amended motion? Aye.
Mr. Henry?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Nay.
So can you just read
Vote 3 to 3. Yes, ma'am. With that, let's take about a 5-minute recess. Stretch and we'll come back and get the second application. I did want to touch back on the Scrabble tower site for just one moment. Since we had basically a tie vote over a motion to approve, we don't really have a recommendation one way or the other. And so I would make a motion that we table this matter until the next regularly scheduled planning commission meeting. I'll figure that. Discussion?
I think we should send it on to the board with what we've done and let them look at it. I don't see what's going to accomplish in another 30 days.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second to table.
Mr. Byrd?
Nay.
Ms. Ishi?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye. Motion carries.
Again, can you reiterate what that count was?
4-2.
4 yeses.
4 yeses, and 2 noes. All right. That takes us to the next agenda item.
So one moment. So what's going to happen next month now? What's the applicant supposed to do? What's the items need to be discussed? Where do we go from here? So the applicant knows what to do. We don't burn up the 30 days that we have left for the board on this topic.
I would say that it's the things that we've already discussed, whether they're ready to extend their timeline so that we can work with them on these applications further, to make sure that we're getting the best possible locations and the least impactful appearances. To consider the waiver, not having the landscaping waiver, which we requested. And then the other thing that we'll have to get in line is the bonding requirement that they will drop this evening.
And I think it would be helpful for the applicant to get the public comments that we've had if they don't have them, and it's up to them to see if they want to address some of them.
I do have them. I tried to cover most of them in my presentation. Most of the written comments that I've seen related to the Woodville site. We had very little input on this.
In here.
I said we had very little, if any, input from the citizens about the Scrabble site. We heard, had some written correspondence forwarded to us on the Woodville.
I would also add that because my concern is in large part related to the fact that we couldn't see the balloon, that while we're not requiring them to go to the added expense, I think it would be very helpful to satisfy everybody if we in fact could on that site have a balloon test that was accurate. That would be helpful.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, on to the Woodville Tower site location. Michelle, if you could do this up for us, please.
CWS has applied for a personal wireless service facility for a new tower off the Woodville site located on property owned by Eldon Farms. Tax map number 49-1, the property approximately 500 acres in size. Maybe I'll turn it over to CWS for the presentation.
I would just ask that you keep it brief in light of the hour.
I can agree with you. I'm Butch Davies with Davies, Barrow, Will, Llewellyn, and Edwards and Culpeper. Let me try to be very concise. The Woodville site has been an ongoing effort to find a location on the Eldon Farms property. I think Hope can tell you that they have looked at a number of sites. The site that was finally selected was a site that was agreeable to Eldon Farms. And it was a site that had high priority in terms of providing coverage. It was necessary to go in that particular location. Coming up tonight, I drove by the site. If you will look at the lines, the power lines that are there now, the tower doesn't have any additional negative impact if you look at the service that is already running up that road. I can tell you that the real challenge in the Woodville site is to provide the coverage that connects with Scrabble and Spur. And that is a challenge. I've already talked to you about the reasons why you need it. You've heard people talk about the public safety, the tourism benefits. I think that is there, and I'd like to turn it over to Hope for her to do her slide presentation of the Woodville site. Thank you.
In the interest of being brief, I am going to flip over. I was going to reiterate all the benefits and so forth that we talked about quite a bit tonight. I don't think
we got that the first time.
I think we got it the first, second, and third time, right?
Thank you.
So we will skip on that. Again, we're looking at two new sites on this corridor. The Woodville site is the northernmost red dot here. We looked quite a bit at this coverage map, completing Spring Chantel's network on 211 and 522. This is the location of the Woodville site on the map. Again, we've applied for a permit to build a 199-foot tower at this location, a 50 by 100 fenced equipment compound. It's on a 541-acre parcel owned by Elm Farms, located just south of Barrett Lane and 522. Its current location will be set back about 1,100 feet from Route 522. As with the Scrabble site, we are willing to amend our application to build a monopole rather than a lattice tower. Again, we heard everybody loud and clear on that issue, and also to paint the monopole if that's what folks would like. The tower is, this is again the engineering drawing that we sent to the county with our application. The tower is adjacent to some existing power lines. I don't know if you can see them up there on the screen, but it's sort of to the east of the compound, crossing over the access road or some power lines, and we tried to site the tower right next to those power lines. We do not intend to light the tower. In this case, it is not a wooded site. The Scrabble site is heavily wooded. This one is not. We still think the base of the tower, which again is really all that landscaping is effective for, will be not visible to any of the neighbors or visible from 522, which is really what this is all about. The only people that will see that are the Elden Farms folks. So not sure how critical landscaping is in this case, but that's a decision. Again, that's just the ground space, very similar to the Scrabble site, showing space for 4 carriers. Someone raised a point in the discussion about not being sure if we needed to build for 4 carriers, but that is a requirement of the ordinance. These are some of the photo simulations. They were part of the application. I'm not sure we need to spend a lot of time on them. We're certainly not trying to say that this tower won't be seen or is invisible. This is a view of the tower from 3/4 of a mile away. You can see it, but it is very distant. It will not be prominent in this view. This is going south on 522. Again, what I think is interesting about this photograph, and it really is true, is that perspective plays into this a lot, plays into the view shed. Looking at a red balloon in the sky is one thing, but seeing the infrastructure in perspective, and in this photo you can see how it's literally the same height in the view shed as the power pole that's right next to it. And that will change as you drive up and down the road depending on where the other infrastructure is. This is probably one of the more prominent views. This is traveling north on 522, looking over to the west. You can see the tower there. Got a couple more. This is also on 522. In this case, there's a bank of roadside trees, so when you happen to be driving in this spot, you're not going to see a whole lot. It really boils down to there are views up and down 522, but they are intermittent. You can see them from some spots and you can't see them from others. Some of the views are very distant, some of the views are more up close and prominent. Just trying to think what we want to talk about here in our brief amount of time. So I talked about this a little bit. As I said, I was kind of surprised to have the location of Scrabble be as much of an issue because I hadn't really gotten any negative feedback at all on the Scrabble site from the community. We thought it was a really good site. The views, no towers are invisible. We thought that the Scrabble site was wooded, it had limited views. I understand, I'm just trying to put it in perspective here, but there was a discussion about, I apologize, there was a discussion about how we choose a site. And for the Woodville site, literally, we started talking to Eldon Farms. Once the radio frequency engineers had identified they wanted to be west of 522 in a general area that they wanted to be in, we quickly became apparent that Eldon Farms was the major property owner in that entire area. So we started talking with them. We started discussions with them in May of 2018, and we literally finalized our location in April of 2019. So it took a full year, and over that period of time, we looked at 6 different locations on the farm. We did 3 sets of very expensive engineering drawings. We flew the balloon twice, and then a third time at the request of the Planning Commission. We moved the site at one point after the first balloon. It was closer to the road. We moved it further back off the road. So we did spend time and money trying to find a good location. Good for us, all the things I talked about earlier that we need in terms of the ability, how it's constructed and meets zoning and all of that, and good for Eldon Farms in terms of where they wanted to have a site and felt that they could give up the use of the land. There was one location that we looked at early on that we were pretty far into the process with Eldon, and they pulled it because it was a location that would have impacted the view shed in front of some beautiful barn that's there. I think it's off of Slaughter Lane. And they recognized that that was one of the most pristine, if not the most beautiful, pristine view on the farm, and they didn't want to spoil that view for themselves and for the community. So that's basically how we came to be in the spot that we're at. I also heard some concerns from, these were in some of the letters that were submitted to the Planning Commission from the citizens, concerns about some of the older, potentially historic properties in the area being impacted by this structure. There's a federal law that requires us to get a telecommunications tower evaluated by the state historic preservation office, which we do on every site. This site has been evaluated, and this letter documents that the SHPO, as we call the preservation officer, determined that there is no effect on any historic properties in what they call the area of potential effects, which for a 200-foot tower is a half-a-mile radius. Part of the process of getting the SHPO determination is the consultants that do this work have to reach out to organizations in the community that might want to weigh in on this, and the Rappahannock County Historical Society was consulted and sent a response saying that there was no historic properties in this area that would be negatively impacted by the tower. So we think have kind of checked that box. We don't need to talk about the waivers. We're essentially asking for the same waivers here, and again, willing to give up the request to waive the bond requirement. And then just the wrap up, just the same benefits that you already know. I don't need to review those with you again. There's a couple other benefits to this particular location, or a couple of other strengths of this location that I wanted to mention. We did evaluate multiple sites. There are very few neighbors impacted. Concern Scrabble was people that live right around there. That's definitely not the case with this site. Eldon Farms controls over 7,000 acres. We'll build a monopole if that's preferred. And this is really important for Eldon Farms. They're a big landowner in the county. They're maintaining 7,000 plus acres of open space, farmland in the county, and they strongly want and need cell service and broadband service to support the farm. It's an important issue for farm safety, a very important issue. Eldon is trying to develop a number of non-farming sources of revenue, opening up an event venue, potentially, things like that, that will provide other sources of revenue to help support the farm, which in turn allows this beautiful piece of property to be maintained by the county. So I think that's something that should be taken into consideration in the site.
Do you all have any questions before I open the public hearing? All right, very good. Then I declare the public hearing for the Woodville Tower site open. Same rules apply as for the Scrabble Tower site. Please approach the podium, state your name and the district in which you reside, direct your comments to the Planning Commission, and if you could be mindful of the time, it's much appreciated. We do have some speakers lined up for this site also. And the first person we have signed up is Cynthia Price.
Okay, the Woodville Tower is not that far from me. I live in Woodville. The address is Woodville. We're calling it Scrabble, but the Woodville Tower is not that far from me. And it is a beautiful scenic drive. It is the gateway to Shenandoah National Park. You can see the mountains as you approach. It's not the place to spoil it with the Woodville Tower. Spoil the view. Also, in my opinion, they are toxic. And I don't think there should be a toxic and a view-spoiling tower on that beautiful road. They want to have events there. Bill Fletcher wanted to have events, and he wasn't approved because his neighbors didn't want them. They thought there would be noise and confusion, and they opposed them. Eldon Farms does not have special use permits yet for those events, so if they're thinking the tower will facilitate events, they don't have permission for them yet. Again, I went to the Boston hearing and the Sperryville hearing, and I saw the propagation maps. And all of the carriers are on in Boston and Sperryville. We will have an emergency signal up and down side 22. It will cover it. It's 5 miles from each tower, and it intersects. So I don't think that's a problem. I still say people in Woodville and people on Besseville either use Piedmont broadband, satellite, landlines. You can run your cell. A new cell will run off of Wi-Fi. It'll run off of Piedmont broadband. It'll run off of a satellite dish. Someone in my family has a satellite dish. I know that's the case. So we're not a dead zone. We're not a dead zone. And if we get an emergency signal from Boston and Sperryville, we don't need the towers. They're redundant. They really are. I guess that's all I have to say. That I'm opposed to it, and I think it's unnecessary, and I think it's a beautiful area and it should be protected. And that's all I need to say.
The next speaker we have signed up is Ron Maxwell.
I'll keep this really brief. I've been listening carefully, as we all have, to all the comments made by the representatives of the company. And I think I heard three ladies and gentlemen, but not the attorney, three on repeated occasions, which I can move it, say that they were waiting for the fiber optic cable to come through to get the optimum, best, reliable service in those areas. So if the cell phone company is waiting for the fiber optics to come through, and we're waiting for the wonderful fiber optics to come through, who needs the cell phone towers?
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Next speaker is David Connick.
Okay.
Passing. Henry Wood.
Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak tonight. Appreciate that. And appreciate all you guys do here, obviously, for the county. I'd like to thank Eldon Farms too. You know, Eldon Farms has preserved the land on our end of the county. They've been good stewards. The Lane family has obviously done a lot for our end of the county, but I feel that this tower, we can do better than this tower, the location. The majority of the people in Woodville, I think, want service, health, safety. It's needed. And I think Woodville has been underserved. When the cable came, we didn't get cable. So I think there is a thirst in the area for service. But I'm not prepared to do this at any cost. Eldon Farms has silos. Other parts of the county, they have trees. Slaughter Mountain is there in the area where you could put a tower with less height. Also, full disclosure here, with the first round of towers, we had a signed contract in Woodville. And it was going to connect to the one in Sperryville at the fire department. So, with Mr. Henry's question, has the technology gotten worse than it was then? I mean, so do you need two copies? It's a question. It's a good question that he asked. I think where they're placing this tower is a gateway to the Shenandoah National Park. It's one of the most scenic areas in this county. I think of the same way if you came over there at Massey's Corner and you had on the Lee property and you had one right there in the view shed, it violates the land. I mean, this to me is a community asset. What we look at. We have people, we own land going up the Red Oak. There's a pole over there. People stop. They come up there all the time. I enjoy sharing it with other people. I mean, I think it belongs to more than me. I think it belongs to other people as well, the view shed that we have. I hope that when we're negotiating with the cellular company, we've given them Sperryville. They have a place in Boston. We're in Scrabble. Let's put some pressure on them in Woodville to be sensitive to the view shed there. Once this tower goes up, it's going to affect from this point forward. It's going to be a long time before it comes down. So I ask you to please use your influence and negotiate his best efforts on, with the county, for the county. And I think we can do better than what's been currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kathy, please.
Thank you for listening to me. I'm not going to talk about how the cell tower is going to mar our beautiful view shed from 522, because there are going to be enough people who are talking about that. I want to talk about how it's going to affect us personally. We are surrounded on all four sides by Eldon Farms. And our newest neighbor is going to be a 199-foot cell tower, which we will see from our house and yard. The balloon test made this very clear, and we'll see it virtually the whole tower from close to our property. It is not going to be strange for us. We live at Millie's Cabin. Many people know Millie's Cabin. It's 4228 Sperryville Pike. And We bought it 4 years ago and spent a year and a whole lot of money restoring and updating Millie's. Millie's was built in the 1740s. It is an historic house, and it's one of the oldest homes left standing in Rappahannock County, if not the oldest. We were told when we bought it was the oldest. It is even the March pinup house in the 2019 Rappahannock Historic Society calendar. So they think it is historic, no matter what they told you. When renovating the cabin, we're very mindful about restoring it to its original charm. We made sure that Millie's will be standing for a long time as an example of local history. Millie's sits on 68 acres of woodland and fields, and all 68 acres are forever protected under a scenic conservation easement. This is very important to us and the community, that we keep Millie's wild and scenic for generations to come. And of course, now we're going to have a tower leaning over us. When we expressed these concerns to CWS, and we've been talking to them for quite a while, about their location, about their original location, which was rejected, their response was to move the tower closer to our property and cabin. The current site is only about 500 feet from our property line. We are really devastated that our home will have a hulking steel cell tower looming over it. We know it's important to modernize the communication system in the area. We don't want to reject the tower altogether. But we ask that you consider alternatives that will be more compatible and less intrusive to our beautiful surroundings and the home that we love. We know, as Hope said, that one site was rejected by Eldon Farms because it was close to their beautiful farm. And Eldon Farms is benefiting from this tower. We're not. We have HughesNet. We're perfectly satisfied. We have a landline. We have Wi-Fi calling. So we don't care about it, though I understand how the rest of the community cares about it and wants it. But we don't feel like we should bear the visual burden when Eldon Farms is making money off the lease and it's benefiting their plans for having these events and bed and breakfast and whatever else they're doing. If they're not bearing the burden, we are. So we're also we're concerned that the tower will significantly decrease the value of our property. Just ask yourself, would you buy a house next to a cell tower? I don't think so. And the telecommunications law requires that the Planning Commission consider the impact of towers on property values in nearby residents. The impact on ours is very clear. And since it could be easily avoided by moving the tower, we ask that you deny the application. We also, when we initially were speaking to Hope and to John Genho on Eldon Farms, they told us initially the tower would be 170 feet. So we would like them to consider, looking at a lower tower. We submitted a letter to the Planning Commission yesterday, and we asked that it be made part of the official record of this proceeding. And I also just wanted to mention about the tourism benefit. I don't see much of a tourism benefit because I don't know anybody outside of Rappahannock County that has Sprint. And I think most tourists will not have Sprint service. I also know that we've been told that it will not be profitable, it's not profitable for CWS to run the tower if they don't have more than one service provider. And right now, they only have one service provider. And I think T-Mobile and Sprint are merging, so they do get T-Mobile. And we wonder about how they'll maintain it if it's not profitable to them, how they'll maintain the tower. We also, the access road to maintain the tower runs through Eldon Farms, and there's a bridge that we're the only ones who really use it. We have an easement to go through Eldon Farms and use this bridge that goes over a creek. And many times during heavy rains, that bridge and the road are completely washed out and you cannot access it. So
I don't mean to cut you off, Ms. Canby, but I'm just trying to be even-handed with
okay,
time.
I'm done.
I appreciate you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
Next speaker we have signed up is Paige Glennie.
Paige Glennie from Jackson District. First, I want to emphasize again, we have a desperate need for cell service. But I also want to emphasize again the backhaul issue with microwave technology. If you're going to give a waiver, please at least put a hard date on temperature. You want to control the height, but at least, anyway, sorry, I won't beat that horse again, all right? The next issue is I want to give you some technical advice. In the last discussion, you got into talking about heights, and you got talking about coverages, and you heard coverages on 800 megahertz, and you heard coverages on 19 megahertz. The maps are on 19, 800 goes farther. 800 goes through different things. Back to Cynthia's issue, the higher frequency, the worse the health issue, right? The question you should be asking is, what criteria are they going to use to pick the frequency that their antennas are on? And does that suit going down the highway, or does that suit the neighborhood? And how much of that is going to be a difference for the health issue of 1900 versus 800? Just want to give you some advice. Ask those questions. So I don't think you all have a magnetic technical background, but those are some hints of what, how that. So if you just do the height, you do coverages and flat ground, you're going to get all sorts of weird numbers, right? But if you, when you do the terrain and you do the different frequencies, you're going to get totally different distributions. Ask, and as he said, they did the maps on 1900, but they talked about 4 miles for 800 megahertz, right? And you know, much shorter for 1900. All right, so why are they picking 1900 versus 800? And shouldn't you have some sort of say in what that criteria is, or at least knowledge of the criteria they're using to install electromagnetic system in your county? Thank you very much.
Perfect. You may have lost one. Is Herb Higgs in here? Herb Higgson.
He left.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mike Lucy.
Mike Luthi from the Piedmont District. At this point, I'd like to go on record and state that you all should deny this application. Do not let CWS, a company that will greatly benefit financially from doing the planning for Rappahannock County, make money off of us. CWS makes their money from building as many towers as possible. Also, this is done on speculation, hoping that someone will come along and rent space on it. As we've seen with the Boston Tower, which was been there, what, 2 to 3 years with nothing on it. Now they're happy because somebody's finally coming along. How long would we see that here? They're banking on the fact that if both towers, the one in Woodville and the one in Scrabble, are built, spur the phone companies into action. They gain, we lose. The county should never allow a business who will benefit financially from doing our planning. You should hold off on approving this application perhaps even hire a consultant, one who does not benefit financially from building towers, to review what is already in place and make recommendations where additional structures could be placed to give the best coverage for the county and to keep the number of structures at a minimum as stated in the comp plan. If the consultants were to recommend putting them where they're recommended now, so be it then. But don't let a company that's going to benefit financially do our planning. I ask that you do not rush into this decision. If CWS and the phone companies are willing to work with the county, they can stop that clock. Give you time to review the applications thoroughly. Do some of your own planning, or like I said, get somebody in here that won't benefit from it and give us some recommendations. And if they don't want to stop the clock and work with us, that tells me they're only here for one reason, excuse me, to make money. And we're the ones that, again, suffer. I know that the lady from Chantel earlier said they work with the people. They listen to the people. They act on recommendations. They appear to be a person-oriented company. I haven't heard CWS say, we'll work with you. We'll get out there and see what we can do to help benefit the county and put these towers where they are needed. Please don't rush into this. You can deny the application, but should stop the clock. Don't let members of the board pressure you into public hearing for the Planning Commission for the Woodville Road Tower. The director of the Shenandoah National Park spoke. She said that all of the counties that adjoin the park, Rappahannock County now I say now was because everybody allowed the Sperryville Tower to be built. It was the only county that had a completely unobstructed view from Skyline Drive and the Appalachian Trail. She made it clear that no cell structures were visible anywhere along those two areas. That's now been ruined. That gave the county the highest rating. I'm not certain what that highest rating was, but of all the counties, we had the highest rating. This was totally ignored by the Planning Commission, and at the time, Mr. Parrish, who sat on the Planning Commission, was never brought forward to the Board of Supervisors. The park and its views are what brings most visitors to this county. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Curry was also in attendance, and nobody here appeared to care. It's tourism that this county needs. And if we start obstructing our views, the view sheds are damaged, we're going to see that change. I just recently spent a week down in the Williamsburg area, James City County, whatever other counties surround that area, and on the other side of the York River. That is nothing but a myriad of cell towers and cell poles. It's almost disgusting as you drive through there. A beautiful area like Williamsburg with the historic district, and it's nothing but towers. Let's not let that happen here in Rappahannock. Thank you.
The next speaker is Martin Woodard.
I'm Martin Woodard from Piedmont District. I would just like to first start by saying, with all due respects to Mr. Byrd and a few of the speakers here, this is not about towers, yes or no. It's not about cell service, yes or no. It's about finding a way to provide cell service that we, almost all of us, really want and need for the children, for safety, for the first responders, the emergency folks. We all want cell service. It's about providing cell service without destroying what we hold dear in Rappahannock County, and that is the beautiful landscape that we all live with. So it's not an either-or question. You have received detailed testimony from Piedmont Environmental Council, Peter Bresnan, Ron Goodman, Chris Johns, and me via written letters. And I don't want to go rehash all that. And others that clearly demonstrate the cell tower applications do not meet either the letter or the spirit of our telecommunications ordinance. And more importantly, the proposed towers do not conform with our comprehensive plan at all. The fact is, the applications are incomplete, inaccurate, and lack veracity. And it is a fact that they do not conform with our comprehensive plan. These are not interpretations, these are facts. And as such, you must recommend the applications be denied. This is an important decision for our community and our county. Do we want to put teeth in the goals, principles, and policies of our comprehensive plan? The plan says, we the people of Rappahannock declare it to be a scenic county, and all goals, principles, and policies will reflect and devolve from this fundamental recognition. A scenic county shall mean one in which preservation and enhancement of the natural and historic beauty, cultural values of the countryside shall be respected as being of foremost importance. The very first goal in Chapter 6 is to preserve the overall viewshed of the county in its unspoiled natural setting, which gives it its special character. So now is the opportunity for all of us to come together and make a powerful statement about what is valuable, important, and different about Rappahannock County, and reinforce the sanctity of our comprehensive plan. CWS needs to withdraw the applications and actually do the work necessary to come up with a plan that respects Rappahannock County and our community. Thank you.
The last speaker that we have signed up is Kate Henberg.
Good evening. My name is Kate Henneberry, and I live in Front Royal. And I wanted to address a fairly specific item related to the Woodville Tower site, and that is related to the access road. And I've had the opportunity to visit Elder Farms several times on nature walks, and as part of doing some survey work, looking at ecological assets on the property, and in support of research that looks at how different land uses might affect those ecological assets. So it's been a great privilege to be able to go out on the property and see some of these really spectacular parts of the property. And I also volunteer with the Smithsonian Conservation and Biology Institute on 522 outside of Front Royal, and I work in the ecology department with Claire Bresnan, whose family owns the property just to the north of this proposed site. And so I've had the opportunity to go up the driveway, which is the proposed access road to this site. And what I've observed is, and what I'm concerned about, are the wetlands that are in that area between the concrete bridge and the gate that is shown, the existing gate that's shown on the site plan. And my concern is that the access road, it has changed from what was originally shown in the lease exhibit from the original tower site location. Once the tower was moved, the access road was also moved. But my concern is that there may be impacts on that wetland area, the wetland that would support some pretty significant vegetation. And I retired from Northern Virginia Regional Park Authority in the Planning and Development Department, and I worked on hundreds of utility applications, including cell tower sites and major transmission and distribution lines. And one thing that I have experienced is that often, it's kind of like Ms. McCreary said about the chicken and egg situation. at the planning commission level, you don't have the level of detail that you might need to adequately assess the impacts that occur at final site plan. And so what I've seen on the site plan, the preliminary site plan that's included with the application, is the conceptual road design where it leaves the existing driveway and turns off into the access road to the proposed access road to the site. That it crosses the wetland area, but also that it go from this low wet elevation and then climb up the slope to the, I think it's 650-foot contour elevation. And so it does not show, it's not required, I guess, at the planning commission stage to show the limits of clearing and grading. But I believe that it's really imperative to look at that because with the change in elevation from the wetland up onto the slope, I feel like you're going to have some pretty significant clearing and grading that may further impact that wetland area. And of course, wetlands are in decline pretty significantly in the state of Virginia. I think I've seen it cited 90% decrease in wetlands. And that has an impact on the vegetation that it supports. So my main concern with that is that, with the application, is that it potentially look, that there be more detail given about the limits of the wetland and the limits of clearing and grading that might be necessary to establish this access road to the site and what impacts that might have on this really significant and sensitive resource. And also in my work, I have experienced, or I have observed time and time again where different utility projects had, in the engineering, the engineering calculations showed that the difference between the pre-development condition and the post-development condition on storm drainage, they're required to show that there is no significant difference. But what I've seen time and time again is even when they meet the engineering calculation, the specific number, it alters the drainage pattern, and subsequently after construction, vegetation, the area is either too wet or too dry compared to the way it was originally, and vegetation dies. And so I'm very concerned about that in this particular area. And it meets the engineering requirements, but it actually has a significant impact. So I would like to see those limits further defined or refined in the application process. And one thing that I think that perhaps the applicant should consider is maybe co-locating the access road with the existing overhead distribution line, because that's an area that's already impacted by a utility. So that's kind of those are my main points. And of course there are a number of citations in both the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan that I feel like the application in the statement of justification does not adequately address those things with regard to storm drainage, erosion sediment controls, the impact of development and construction of roadways on those areas and that type of thing.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I was thinking if you could wrap up, please.
Okay, and just have a question, is it possible to submit written comments? Does the record remain open for that?
Well, I have a feeling the meeting's going to remain open after tonight, so you should be able to submit comments.
I appreciate your time, and I'm asking that you balance the need for service and public safety with it, also with the need to protect environmental resources. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our speakers that were signed up. Bob's been waiting.
Oh, Mom, good, that's all.
I know he spoke up during the other one.
I didn't mean to interrupt anybody. First of all, I want to thank my neighbor Henry Wood for his remarks about the stewardship of Eldon land and also the Wood property and what it means to all of us who love the county. I would take, and I've sent on my remarks to the planning committee that have emails. I'm going to submit also a packet of written materials. And I just have to, first of all, I've done some simulations as I did a couple weeks ago. Henry and I went balloon watching on Saturday. So here, and I'll pass this around, is the insignificant view of, from 522 of the proposed cell tower on Eldon Farms. It is not insignificant. Here also, since nobody mentioned Red Oak Mountain Road, which has one of the great views and great vistas of the county, and dare I say of the Virginia Piedmont, is also a view that we saw balloon from the Wood property. So the insignificance, I think, and I'll send these out to you also, I think needs a correction. Here's also the view in the summertime and the view in the wintertime, which shows when the deciduous trees are gone. So those are things to consider. Full disclosure, I live on Bessie Bell, that's where my place is, and I will not see the Scrabble Tower, and I think I might catch a little glimpse of the Eldon Tower. But also, this is not a cell phone. It's a wireless phone. And when I came in, I, out of curiosity, wanted to see how I have AT&T. And I lived, another address is McLean because it was close to work. So I wanted to see, I was curious as to where my AT&T 1, 3, 2 bars would go. Well, they started in Amosville. There's a tower, communication tower there. They continued right through, almost to Sperryville. And I could actually have Google Maps on, so I could see where I was going. But there was not one 200-foot lattice tower between the boundary, the Rappahannock County boundary, and just before Sperryville. There were a couple silos. There were a couple of smaller towers. Do we need 200-foot towers? I didn't, coming into Sperryville. So indeed, I had my remarks to, first of all, fully support the needs of parents, emergency responders along 522, 211. I have a signal all the way down 211. If I had a 911, it was on 911, goes through no matter who the call is. So I had all of that covered. Interestingly, first, full disclosure, I also worked in underneath a broadcast tower for 30 or 40 years, and I don't glow in the dark. Not yet. This hair red. this, if you hold it up to your ear for 15 hours, can cause a little damage. There's been a study on that. But the studies on the danger of frequencies that the cell towers transmit at is, I don't think is there. If I have children, I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things from ionizing radiation. It's from UV radiation. So the advice to parents is make sure, don't worry about your children being able to talk on cell phone. Worry about them getting sunblock so they don't get ionizing UV radiation. So I was actually very supportive of the AT&T cell towers because they had a cell tower near Boston, just over the Rappahannock County line. I think that site is still cleared there. They had application for a tower near the high school and one in Sperryville. 3 cell towers, or cell type towers. And they were going to provide service to the county they were going to also extend the antennas at Amosville by 30 feet or so, extend the antennas on Benvenue, and provide complete coverage, pretty complete coverage for that area of Rappahannock County. Yes, 522, I don't get a good signal on this device. But I've lived there since Verizon. I have about a mile of copper wire that is for sale. I can dig it up. So the first time I was there, when I finally finished my house in the early 90s, it was, you got mail. Well, I think when I wrote recently to our wonderful Rappahannock Electric Cooperative with some suggestions about things that they could do to speed up the introduction of fiber, I think the chairman is still waiting for his you got mail signal so he can respond. Then I went to Exceed, and of course I couldn't look at the radar when the rain came in because the signal from the satellite would go down. Now I have Piedmont Broadband, who I've worked with to put in a transmitter there, and I can't see it in my trees. I know where it is, but I have to look for it. And so there's ways of, and I have a cell phone, or this phone, in my house, and I have an AT&T microcell in my house. And I go outside, I've got my microcell. I've got wireless communication. I don't have to look at a 200-foot tower right across the way from me. So there are ways, certainly inventive ways, of having mobile communications now and in the future, and I don't think it necessarily means we have to say we agree to a 200-foot tower in a spot like Eldon Farms. Yes, Eldon Farms is a terrific steward of the land. Yes, they're going to change their plans for the future, and yes, they want to have internet communication, broadband communication for the people that are coming to use that and visit that. First cell phone tower, by the way, 1982.
I would just ask if you could wrap up your comments.
Yes. Well, I had a couple of, the use permits are not negotiable. Well, why? I think they've talked about that. I think the other thing in their application, the evaluate facilities as part of the comprehensive plan to provide wireless communication, avoid the piecemeal construction of redundant facilities. The location of a few facilities is for Route 522. It's not a comprehensive plan. It's piecemeal. Communication for the community at large as well as those traveling this important transportation corridor will be improved. What is the community at large? The impact of proposed facilities on the creation of a convenient, attractive, and harmonious community, and on the property values, tourism, agricultural, and forested lands is one of the objects. And I'm not sure that they have met that in all of the areas and all of the piecemeal pieces that they put together in the application. So I think, one, reconsider the application, but I think as an example of what might be done, fire up the Boston Tower, fire up the Sperryville Tower, and let me go down the highway and see if I get a signal. And do we need two towers? AT&T said, and they've got Bell Labs, they had engineers, they said, 3, that's fine. We'll be able to meet our needs with 3. I think this really needs some reconsideration and perhaps 100-foot a silo on Eldon Farms. My goodness, I'd be happy to negotiate putting up a 100-foot tower on top of mine, Bessie Bell Mountain, 1,100 feet. You go up 1,200 feet. Boy, I bet you could get a lot of coverage, especially into Castleton Fire Department, which is an immense.
Thank you, Bob. I do appreciate that. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, please.
Ladies first.
I'm Carolyn Butler, Piedmont. I'd just like to say something that hasn't been mentioned, and maybe you all do not really know the history of that place, but it was owned by the Slaughter family. They received it in a land grant from Lord Fairfax. They owned it for hundreds of years, and during the Revolution, that house, the core of that house, sent 7 sons into the American Revolution. Some of the patriots are buried in the cemetery right behind the house. So I say if there has to be a cell tower on that site, in that view shed, it needs to be camouflaged some way, because that's a real Rappahannock treasure, Clover Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank
Thank you, Dave.
So I want to address the waiver thing again, because I might have misspoken before. There is a section in the code about the wireless transfer, or the wireless facilities, but you have to make specific findings that it's going to advance the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. And I know this is going to come as a great shock, but I want to endorse everything that Martin Woodard said. Read the comprehensive plan. And right after what he read is a quote that says, one of the things that makes Rappahannock Rappahannock is we don't want to repeat the mistakes and the development mess that they have in counties to the east, which I think was written by our the former representative from our district, Sharon Pierce, when the ordinance was revised about 20 years ago, and she was on. So if you take those things into consideration, there's no way that you can say any of the waivers that are proposed advance. They don't. They're just the opposite of it. And everything about this violates the inherent principles that are set forth in the comprehensive plan. And to those of you who have said, well, we need it and we have to balance the need for this, for safety and so forth and so on, I don't know about some of the other people that are in the room or that spoke or that are on the commission. But when I came to the county, James J. Kilpatrick lived here and he wrote a great book called The Fox's Union. And before you vote on it, I hope you're going to table this like you did the last one. I hope you'll read the chapter that's entitled, That's Country Living. And for those of you that are familiar with the book, he goes on about the things that makes Rappahannock and coming out here special to somebody like James J. Kilpatrick, who was quite a cosmopolitan kind of a guy, was, well, sometimes the phone doesn't work. Well, that's country living. And sometimes, you know, it snows and they don't clear the roads and you have to get your tractor out or wait until so-and-so from down the road plows you out. That's country living. Sometimes this and sometimes that. There's a lot of things we don't have in Rappahannock County, and that's what makes it special. And one of the things we don't have is cell towers ruining the view. If you don't believe me, go up on whatever mountain this is right over here, up Clark Lane or up Christmas Tree Lane, and look over at that Sperryville Tower. Look what it looks like from here, like about a mile just west of Washington. It's disgusting, period. It completely violates everything that's in the comprehensive plan about Rappahannock being a scenic county. And one of the greatest views is up on Red Oak, and it's going to be ruined because you're going to see that tower, because you can see the Sperryville one already. Please don't do it. Thanks.
Anyone else willing to speak?
Yeah,
Or wishing to speak? I'm sorry. Phil, and then back. Well, we have to hear everyone before we go back and hear you again, honey. But bear with me. We will get to you.
Phil Irwin, Flint Hill, thank you. One thing that I have not heard in this discussion is, what else is there a possibility of answering the problem of universal cell phone service and better internet service, broadband service in Rappahannock County? What other options are there? I haven't heard that discussion. Suppose we take 3 towers along 522 Sperryville to Boston, and that covers just a little bit of Rappahannock County, a tiny little strip along the road. But how about the rest of the county? How many towers is it going to take to provide everybody in Rappahannock a cell phone service? I don't know how many it's going to be. Nobody's done a contest, or nobody's done a research project yet to find out. if you would estimate maybe 40 towers would cover Rappahannock County, 40 of them, that'd be nice, and the view. And then suppose the Federal Administration, Aviation Administration decides that the 200 feet is not quite low enough for a red light. And you put little red lights on all of these 40 towers. And, you know, you have ruined Rappahannock County. The comprehensive plan has very effectively preserved this county to the extent that our cell phone service right now is not visible, with one exception of Davisville. And there's no reason why we can't have some type of a comprehensive plan for this type of service that is going to be acceptable from a view shed point of view. This is a scenic county, and there's no reason why we can't wait another month or two, or maybe a couple of years for the service to be invisible. Let's not jump into this right now. Let's preserve what we have in Rappahannock County, because we're unique, and we need to keep it that way.
Thank you, Phil. Tom?
Thank you. Will you use the microphone, okay?
Yes.
My name is Tom Pelican. I live on Red Oak Mountain in the Hampton District. I thank those who have mentioned Red Oak tonight because it's been my home since 2003 when I moved from Culpeper County. I must also say, Mr. Davis, always when I joined the code room, I want you on my side, but not tonight. Thank you. Red Oak is special. Moving here, I wanted to move away from Culpeper, the development, the cell towers, the pleasantries of living in a country environment disappeared. So I was lucky enough, from where I lived, I looked down on Rappahannock County over there. So now I'm moving into it, and I'm happy about that. Why did I move? I had to have a view. And when I found the view, the people told me 3 years beforehand that they give me first right of refusal to buy the property. And I did. It's on Red Oak Mountain, 27 acres, which is not a lot of land. But when I sold the land in 2013, I happen to still live there, but when I sold it in 2013, my real estate lady wrote a beautiful, beautiful brochure. It said, one of the most beautiful and pristine views on the east coast of the United States. That's from Red Oak Mountain, looking down on the Eldon Farm, looking down on the Lava Woods property. The property encompasses Old Rag Mountain to Flint Hill, Virginia. It's just magnificent, and it's going to be destroyed. It's not that I'm losing my property because I sold it, but my landlady is very nice. She's let me live there. She told me I have to tell her when I'm ready to move. So I'm happy about that. So I have everything I want. H Street, I thank you so much for mentioning so much that we do on Red Oak to make it beautiful, and it is inviting. Since 2003, when I moved here, and starting in 2011, I started offering opportunities for nonprofits and sometimes Wakefield Country Day School and Headwaters, the Benevolent Fund. I would offer dinner on Red Oak Mountain at my home. Really got bid on. And during that period, from 2011 till I got another one going on this Saturday night for the food pantry, I raised over $40,000 for those entities. Everything was taken out of my pocket to provide those dinners. And I did it for that, and you know why it was left there? They wanted to come on Red Oak Mountain. And this Saturday evening, I'm having a group of 50 people come to my house. It's a fundraiser for the food pantry. It's because it's on Red Oak Mountain with a view. And one other item, the last item I will say is, your answer to whether you should approve this or not approve this at Eldon Farm. And I must say, I'm so proud of what Eldon Farm has done in the last year and a half. from where we used to drive by it and not recognize it, is now so pristine. John, thank you so much. It makes me happy to have you as a neighbor taking care of that land as well as you do. But there's no space right there. But the lady who spoke about sitting next to Bush, the proposal that she presented, she said, I went to Eldon Farms family and suggested a location. What did she say? We'll put it here. And what did Eldon Farms says? She repeated this word. This is what we're saying now. We don't want our view shed upset. Eldon Farm doesn't want their view shed upset. I don't want my view shed upset either. So let's just say we have to have a compromise here, and it'll be someplace in the area, but please respect the view sheds. Thank you.
This young lady in the back had her hand up first. We are getting to the point in the evening, folks, where we aren't going to go on too much longer. I don't mean to spoil the ending for you.
I'm Sally Haynes, and I'm from the Piedmont District, and I probably have the best view of the Sperryville monopole that anyone could have. So I've got some experience here. I didn't come to any of the hearings on that monopole because I thought that we did need service for fire and rescue, and I just would not object to that tower. But it never occurred to me that I should be going to those hearings so it wouldn't be painted sky blue. That was a real mistake on my part. I did go out and check the balloon flight Saturday, and I think that Woodville site would be even worse than Sperryville, much worse. And I think Sperryville is really bad. I think there have been some great questions raised tonight, and I hope that the Planning Commission will look at them and think about them and look at other sites if we have to have a tower. Do we really need 4 towers? I think that's a legitimate question. Let's please pause to look at all the legitimate questions, because everybody knows that our greatest treasure in Rappahannock County is the scenic beauty, and it's really something that we need to protect. So please take time to do that. And I must say that I really feel for the people in Millie's cabin. I cannot imagine having this tower be, living under this tower, basically. So it does seem, especially for them as well, if Eldon Farms has 600 acres or 6,000 or whatever, aren't there some better sites than the one that's currently planned? Thank you.
Thank you. How many more people wish to speak? Could I see a show of hands? Okay. So we've got 4 more speakers.
I don't think we need to have any meetings.
I just want to say one thing quickly. Is that okay?
Everyone goes one time first.
Okay.
And then we'll go
Just
second
I was a
time.
balloon test.
So let's,
It was lower.
no ma'am, we are not doing this. That is taking public comment when it's not your turn. It's your turn, John.
I'm John Janot. I'm from Piedmont and Stonewall Hawthorne. I'm here to speak for Eldon Farms. I guess to start with, I need to clarify one thing. So when CWS approached us, that was April of 2018, the very first place we looked was right behind and to the left of Clover Hill on Slaughter Mountain. We looked at that, and I thought we were going to come forward with something at that site. The engineers determined that that didn't work because we couldn't bend around the mountain to reach this Sperryville tower. And so what we then looked at was a site right across from the Fox Hunt, Thornton Hill Hounds, right behind that beautiful barn, if you know that drive, between there and the park. The one we said no, we can't do this, was that site. It wasn't at Clover Hill. We were willing, and we are completely willing to sacrifice some of our views because we feel like cell coverage is that important. It's incredibly important to us. We felt like that was damaging a view that the community loves. And so we said, let's move back to this other spot that maybe isn't as intrusive. So in our defense, we weren't pushing it away from our house to somebody else's house. That's absolutely not what happened. The view is beautiful from Woodville to Scrabble. It is, and you can thank God or nature for that, whoever you want, but you also have to thank the lanes for preserving it. I'm interested in Bob's pictures that he simulated with the tower there. I'd be interested in what that would look like with 200 homes. I'd be interested in what the view from Red Oak would look like with homes spread all the way along that view. If we applied the density around the Scrabble site to the site in Woodville, it would be a completely different question. The reason why this is such an issue is because Eldon has kept large spaces open. There aren't trees, there aren't roads, there aren't houses, it's fields. And so it's harder to hide the views because of that, or it's harder to hide the views of the tower because of that. And in that way, we've become our own worst neighbor. We've created something that is taken for granted and that we love and enjoy having, but it also inhibits us from doing things because people say, we can't mess this view up, look how beautiful it is. There was a comment about bearing cost. Let's be perfectly clear, that cost is borne by the Lane family. It's not free to preserve those views. My job is to somehow figure out how to generate cash from this property to make it profitable so that the third and fourth and fifth generation of ownership don't say, why do we have this place in Virginia? Why are we spending this money on this place? Somehow I have to make that happen. We've extended cattle, wildlife, timber as far as we can, and we're saying, what else can we do? There's not a lot else we can do if we don't have cell coverage. So let's discuss a strategic plan. I think there are some good ideas, some good discussion here. But we as the landowners in Woodville feel like cell phone coverage is incredibly strategic to us being able to be profitable. I just wanted to end by making one comment. David Connick made a comment of things that we don't have in the county. One of the things we don't have in the county is millennials. Look around this room. Who's going to buy the property from all of us when it's time to pass it to the next generation? This is a serious concern. I hope we can address it and we don't just keep pushing it off. I feel strongly that this is something we need as an operation, but I also feel strongly it's something we need as a county to develop. Thanks.
Liddy?
My name is Linda Juneau. I'm with Stonewall Hawthorne. And I just want to stand before you guys and say I'm both disheartened and encouraged a little bit by the fact that people do agree here that cell phone towers or cell phone coverage is incredibly important in this county. As a few of us pointed out tonight, there's one woman I know back here, she raised her hand. The rest of them aren't here. I just put something on Facebook about an hour ago when we were going through this. 9 out of 10 parents and educators and people that are here that are the future of this county would like cell phone coverage and would like some sort of plan going forward. We need this. I just heard that the future of our county is view sheds. I thought the future of our county was our youth.
Thank you, Lenny. There was a hand back in that corner. Yes, Forrest.
Forrest Marquise from the Piedmont District. Just want to speak in opposition of both cell phone tower applications. I think we already have too many cell phone towers in Rappahannock County. I think both of these sites and proposed towers will be unsightly, either as lattice towers or monopoles. Oppose them because of many known and also unknown harmful effects of cell phone tower radiation, and what kind of damage that might do to any and all living things. Also think that increased coverage for motorists seems like the main goal for these towers will likely cause more accidents along the roadway. I urge the Planning Commission to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the two applications be denied. I think if they were approved, it only opens the door to more cell phone towers in the county, and the more cell phone towers we see, the more normalized our perception of those towers will be, and they'll just lead to more towers. Thank you. I'd also like to say, if they are approved, I don't quite understand the waiver stuff, but it seems like the waiver for keeping vegetation on there should be, they should keep the vegetation, whatever it is, just in case trees blow down or something like that, you know, there'd be some protection to put some cover back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Forrest. Anyone else wishing to speak for the first time? Alrighty, Annie.
All right. I'm so sorry for speaking out of turn. I just wanted to say that I spoke to the man who put the balloon up, and he said because of the wind, the balloon was significantly lower than 199 feet. So I don't think the last test was a completely accurate depiction of the height of the cell tower.
Thank you for hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Very quick. I promise.
Okay.
The structure height.
Time now.
Yeah, the structure height is the minimum necessary to effectively send and receive signals. So that was from the application, but in response to John, I don't think anybody here would mind if there was a silo on Eldon Farms. As I said, when I came from Amosville all the way to Sperryville, I passed 2 silos and had a very good signal.
Mike?
Just, it's more of a question. I didn't get, unless I missed the answer. Who's going to guarantee that the fiber will be run to these towers?
Anyone else wishing to speak? And with that, I will declare this public hearing closed. So now we are at the point in the evening where we should really think about how to continue this meeting and undertake the rest of the business on this agenda. I have information that this courtroom is open starting next Monday, the 23rd, is the first day it's available again. In the evening, it's all day and all night on that day. It is also available on the 27th, that Friday, September 30th, the following Monday. Those are the dates I have on hand.
18 years ago, when we did these 7 applications, we started in one evening, and we did 7 applications up to 1:30 in the morning. And we started at 7 o'clock. So tonight, we did 1 application, 4 hours and 15 minutes. So we have another 2 hours and a half. I want to just go ahead and open this and get something done so everybody knows what it is, instead of postponing it for a couple of weeks and not have the schedule conflict. So get some direction here, let's move on with this thing tonight. Either end up where we ended up with the last one, or whatever.
I don't mind to go on, but it has been a policy that came up under our last county administrator that at a certain hour in the evening, it's not really a public meeting anymore. It's survival of the fittest.
Well, we've heard a lot of people here twice tonight, and we cut the applicants short in their presentation on their second tower presentation. We told them to speed it up, and then we heard applicant speakers twice tonight. So let's work on this thing more. We're here, we're all here, we're staying here. Let's work on it tonight and keep on working on it. The night's already ruined, so let's just keep on doing it.
I would just like to check in with our FOIA officer to see if there's anything that strictly prohibits us from doing business.
No.
All right.
I would strongly recommend that you, if any motions are appropriate for a planning commission for this latest agenda item, that you take care of those before you recess.
I wasn't going to recess.
Continue or whatever.
All right. So if we're going to continue, then that brings us to the discussion of the Woodville Tower site. Mary Catherine, this is your district. Would you like to go first in discussing this application?
I would be happy to. First of all, I'd like to say that this poses slightly different issues, but it does not, at least for me, pose quite the same concerns that I had actually with the Scrabble site, which were that it's close proximity to some inhabited structures where families are located, and it's close proximity to the road, the height of the tower, and the visibility issues not being quite answered. I think on the Eldon thing, I did go see, that I agree there may have been some wind, but you could generally see the balloon, and you could generally see where the height was going to be. So I feel like the public had the opportunity to see that. And so the issue of fairness and notice to the public, I feel, is less of a concern in that situation. I also want to say that I greatly appreciate the proffers that CWS is offering here. I think they're significant. A monopole and instead of a lattice tower, and to offer to provide a bond is a significant proffer, and that's not to be overlooked. I also feel one could not really speak to this without, again, acknowledging Eldon Farms and the good neighbor they've been in Rappahannock County for, gosh, 60+ years, more. And they have been instrumental in preserving an absolutely irreplaceable view shed. And I don't think it can be emphasized enough that view shed in Rappahannock County, and maybe anywhere, is not a frivolous thing. It's not, you're not being silly, you're not being, a crazy enviro or whatever. It means money for our tourism, and it means an asset that we have that nobody else has and nobody else ever will have. And it's up to us right here and now, in my opinion, to consider that strongly, and as we try to address the things that we need as a community in terms of our immediate needs of coverage for emergencies, cell phone for our kids, internet for our kids, we need to remember that we do need to provide that. We need to think of the best way to provide that. But the views are what has brought most of us to this community, and the pristine nature of this community, and it's what's going to continue to bring people, even young people. And so I personally feel we need to be careful not to sacrifice that value as we try to address the other values. So as far as this particular site is concerned, I think the height and location are one issue, certainly, and I appreciate that both the applicant and Eldon have tried to work to address that. They've looked at a couple of different things, but I do hear from the community how important that is, and I also am aware, Mr. Curry has provided the Planning Commission with some maps that showed some estimated visibility from various parts of the county, and it could be quite visible from many, many sites in the county. So it's not just Eldon's view shed, it's the county's view shed as well. And so the question is, how can we work together to provide what we all need? And so I would love to see a little bit, I would have loved to have seen, I have to admit, a little bit more give and take on the location and height of this. I know we do have a provision in the ordinance that asks an applicant to let us know what their plans are for other structures within the county within the next 4 years, and I'm disappointed to hear that we didn't hear about these other plans when the Sperryville Tower was proposed, because I think maybe we could have anticipated some of the issues and worked them out, hopefully. But anyway, that's not where we are right now. And so I feel like there are still some issues to be addressed in terms of the height again. I'm not sure they can't be worked out. I think there are probably options. Again, also if we've got fiber optic cable coming down, that's maybe an improvement over, and maybe it's a new technology and we're holding on to the old technology and desperately building cell phone towers when in fact, before long, we're gonna have newer technology that's gonna be better, but that's also speculative, and this is something that we can hopefully gain today. So I don't think the application is submitted quite gets us to where we need to go here, but I think there's definitely room to make that happen. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Mr. Calder?
Well, I have to say that I was disappointed by the location of the tower. I found it to be pretty obtrusive to the view shed and to, in general, but I think, like it or not, our comprehensive plan states that the view shed and the pristine character of the county is the most important thing, is our #1 priority. That's what it says, that's what it has said for 50 years, however long we've had this plan. I think we have to, I agree that we need these services, or at least they should be provided. I don't think that these towers are providing anything beyond the road very well. There's no thought to getting down into the valleys where other locations might work. Maybe there's just no way to get that land, but I don't see any attempt to get service out into the community more, which would be very important, I think. If we're going to provide service, it shouldn't just be down the road and to the people that live on the road. It should be throughout the county or as much as possible. I realize there's some people who might never get it if they're back in the hollow too far, but this tower is an eyesore. I'm sorry, it is. That's all I had to say right now.
Ms. Lee?
I agree with both of the previous two speakers, and just like with the last application, I think there's items that haven't been addressed, especially if they didn't be in accord with the comp plan and the adverse impact on the land and the community. And I just find it hard to believe before the first public hearing started, we already addressed that a little bit by going to a monopole, and I just can't imagine that there's something else that can't be done with height, different location, camouflaging techniques, and we're put in an awkward position if the applicant doesn't ask for a postponement and show the willingness to work.
I think everyone in Rappahannock County, if they don't have trees in their front yard, or they have standing trees, have a view shed. Some view sheds are better than others. At my house on Outlaw Road, I have a view shed that extends from towards Chester Gap past Sperryville. And I think everybody has a view shed. And there's a view shed here. It's a very nice view shed for particularly a few people. Mr. Ryan up there on Red Oak Mountain, he has a good view shed.
Bessie Bell.
Huh?
Bessie Bell.
Bessie Bell, that's right. Put you in comments. And unique thing here about the Lane property is that it extends from Woodville all the way up to Fletcher's Mill. They have a tremendous amount of frontage here on 522, and that's good and bad. It's good in that they have no neighbors that would be directly affected other than one landowner that sticks in the middle of them. And so it's a unique opportunity here where there are very few people that would be affected by this. And we talk about property values being affected, and that seems to be an issue in these discussions. And in my career as a real estate appraiser, I can't really say that I've seen a situation where property values have been impacted. As a matter of fact, the Boston site, the gentleman who owns the 10 acres that has the cell tower there, Mr. Anderson, he has just built a new house that sits right underneath the cell tower, and he sold it for full price, market price, no impact on the value because there was a cell tower above the house. Brand new house, same market value, no impact. And I think the comment by John here a minute ago, from the standpoint of Elton Farm, is something that we have to consider and look at. You know, they have been good stewards of this land, 7,000 acres, 6,000 acres. They've held it together. They have sacrificed a return on the investment, the opportunity costs that they could have if they took this property, whether it's worth 5,000 an acre, 8,000 an acre. You know, it's millions of dollars there that could be redeployed someplace else in the financial market that would make them a lot more money with a lot better expense than what they're having now. I'd like to commend them for trying to find something that works, that at least creates some nominal cash flow that helps to cover the expenses on this property. And I commend them, and they've worked hard moving through all the avenues, and now they're exploring this agro-tourism with the property. And the one thing that people really come out here for is that they come out here for cell service. And that is one thing that does impact property value. I have seen properties, the first thing a prospective buyer asks is there cell service? Is there internet? And people will not buy if these two items are missing sometimes. Now, tourism, people come out here to spend a weekend or extended stay. They still need to be connected, and you know, it's a fact of life, and it's a fact of the new generation. And when we did the towers 18 years ago, one of the things that we kept in mind is that we tried to locate the towers on properties that were large, and that they were large farming properties, and maybe they were properties that had been in families for a long time, and maybe we hoped that this income would help to hold these properties together. And it was a nominal amount of money at that time, and grew some, so I don't know, it might be $1,500 to $2,000 a day. But looking back, I think all these properties have stayed under the same ownership for at least 18 years, and whether that income had anything to do with it, it sure did help. And so I think this is an opportunity here to put this cell tower on a property that helps to give some sustainability to this property. And one last thing, earlier in the night here, one of the people took exception with the conflict of interest with Roger Welch, and that he received an income from his mother's property from a cell tower. And I don't believe that's true. That property was for sale, but as I understand it, the family sold the income stream from that cell tower some time ago. And I think I see there Mr. Woodard there is doing like this, so I guess that my information is correct. So he really doesn't have a conflict. So you know, it's easy to do character assassinations here when people are not here, but I just want to make clear that Roger Welch does not have any potential conflict based on what he said.
Thank you, Mr. Heather. Is that everything?
Yeah.
That reminded me, I wanted to add something to what was said earlier during the Scrabble application. If you do have an issue with your landline, please contact the county administration office. We have contacts at all telcos at this point and can usually get a response within 24 hours if you are experiencing service difficulties. So I don't have anything additional to add that hasn't already been said. Mr. Berg?
I pretty much said what I feel. I do feel that it is very easy to obsess on small details and miss the large picture. And there is probably always going to be something about any kind of solution to this problem that isn't pleasing for everybody. But I would just encourage you to come up with a viable alternative before you dismiss a rather large project like this because of one small detail.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I can certainly applaud what you're saying. I don't know that there's total agreement on whether some of these details are small. or not. But I believe we've tabled the other application until next meeting, and I think given some of the issues and concerns that have been raised here, I'd like to make a motion to table this as well and take it up again at our next meeting.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call vote?
Mr. Byrd?
Aye.
Ms. Ishii?
Aye.
Mr. Fuller? Ms. Mead? Mr. Henry?
No.
Ms. Smith?
Aye. Do you have any questions of the applicant? No. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Halbert rezoning application, and at this time I will recuse myself due to a conflict with a family member in the business relationship with Mr. Halbert.
So we have the Halberg application to consider here. Applicant here to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already been an extremely long night, so I'm going to dispense with my prepared comment. Michael Brown, Walker Jones, on behalf of the applicant. We appreciated very much the Planning Commission advancing this to the public hearing stage at their last meeting, and an opportunity to come back before you on the public hearing tonight. We also very much appreciated the comments that we received, and some of the guidance that gave us, and the kinds of things that the Planning Commission members were looking for in response to those comments. You have in your materials this evening several additional items. One of those is an amended set of proffers that was prepared based upon comments and concerns that were raised that speaks for itself, where the applicant has proffered off a sizable number of the potential uses for this property if the rezoning requests were granted. Also, I wanted to draw to the commission members' attention the additional proffer in there, which relates to the question about events occurring on the property, because that's been one of the open questions. What we propose in terms of the proffer is that for any events that anything that falls within an event or a festival, a fair, anything of that nature would be submitted in an application to the zoning administrator and at least require administrative approval. That accomplishes a couple of things. One, I think it does a good job of requiring the landowner to refine their thoughts and focus when they're thinking about an event or a festival and articulate that in an application to the zoning administrator. I think that's a helpful process for the property owner to go through. I think that's often missing a lot of times. People have these ideas about events and things they want to have. Secondly, it also, in addition to giving the zoning administrator the opportunity to comment, raise concerns or issues, and even if necessary, reject an event application, it also creates a record as well, which I think is also helpful. I think we're all aware of situations where sort of festivals and field parties and events occur. There's no real policing and no real record of that in the future. So it also helps build a record that the zoning office will have in the future. So those are some of the things we've tried to address. Mr. Hallberg's also provided some ideas about the proposed hours of operation. And with that, I'm going to stop and turn it over to Mr. Hallberg.
John Hallberg, Piedmont District. Just a couple quick things. Again, I know it's late. Trying to rezone the Estes Mill property to be in line with the other commercial properties that are on 211 west of Sperryville that are zoned either highway commercial or industrial. I do think it's relevant that 150 years ago the main commercial building west of Sperryville was the mill and the store beside the mill. Let's see. I don't think education and entertainment are mutually exclusive. In other words, I think there can be a situation, I think they can actually feed off each other. I think having people come for cider will expose more people to the Appalachian Dulcimer, and that is my ultimate goal. So I just wanted to briefly maybe address what I believe might be some of the possible concerns that I've heard. Again, Mike was talking about music events. Really, you know, most events that I'm planning are going to be indoors, which again, I don't think there's going to be any problem with. Picking on the porch, which will be a non-ticketed thing, I think we'll do that occasionally. I don't think that would be any problem. The one thing that I'm really talking about is maybe a Rappahannock Music Festival and maybe a Dulcimer Festival. And I think both of those, the Rappahannock Music Festival would be community-oriented, would get everybody on board with that. The Dulcimer thing, I don't think could be viewed as intrusive in any way. Again, a quiet instrument, you know, traditional music, that kind of thing. Parking, I have I've reached out to Randy Norris, haven't got anything back from him yet, but I do think there's ample parking there. Done my own study, I think there's at least 25 to 30 spaces there. Let's see, and in terms of the proffers, I know you guys have taken a look at those. In additional proffers, you know, I was thinking one thing that I didn't proffer off was a radio tower there, which I got buzzword. So one thing that I was thinking was maybe we do a radio show there, but then again I was thinking in this day and age, upon rethinking it, you can do any sort of online thing, you know, that would replace a radio, you know, the possibility of having a radio show there. So I have no problem proffering that away or proffering the auction house away. I didn't think that was particularly onerous use, but it's not something that I plan on doing. But the retail, I think that's something, the retail sales, I think has to be there because I have to sell a Dulcimer or sell cider, so that's, I think, part and parcel for that. I just have been trying to work as hard as I can to understand your concerns, and hopefully this is, you know, what we're proffering and what we're putting up for you guys is addressing many of them. Let's see. Just one other thing, I guess, you know, again, not your guys' fault, but, you know, some of it is just my planning of the whole thing and the fact that, you know, I wasn't kind of planned optimally, but there's that thing that I think, and I can't remember which NFL coach always talked about, the big mo, and he was talking about momentum, and, you know, I really want this project to continue with the momentum, which seems stalled right now, and of course we're trying to do everything we can without a budget project to kind of keep this momentum going, i.e. building the wall out there out front, etc. But, I mean, it is time for us to kind of move on, this is my thought. And that's all I really have for this evening. And I'm here to answer your questions with Mike and if you approve the application. Thank you very much.
Public hearing is open. Is anyone have a comment on this application?
I'm James Offen, and I do live in the Piedmont District. And full disclosure, I work with D&K Design, does promotions for John, his events, and some of his endeavors. Just to put that out there. But more as a Rappahannock citizen, and looking at this process, this rezoning, and the timeline, I think that it's time to move on this one and get this done. The Sperryville District west of Sperryville has been highway commercial almost on either side of it for quite a long time, from the time that the maps were originally drawn with crowns during the time where they didn't have any land use maps. And I think it's all in line. I think it's non-intrusive to the surrounding neighbors and will be a community benefit going forward. The list of proffers, I think, is more than generous, and it could end up being onerous to the applicant as well. And I think that should be taken into consideration that it's all done in good faith, and that I recommend it be approved so we can move forward with this project.
Anybody else? If not, public hearing's closed. Chris, we'll start with?
Sure. I took the opportunity today to look around the property and inspect it and appreciate it. It is remarkably self-contained and encapsulated so that it seems that almost anything that is done there, short of very loud electronic music, would have minor effect on anybody else. And it seems, in as much as it is in the, basically at the very edge of the commercial district in Sperryville and along the highway commercial, to be a very reasonable use at that point. And as such, I feel that in as much as the business itself is very interesting and unique and adds considerably to Sperryville, this is a reasonable and proper use.
Thank you.
So I actually agree with 99.9% of that. I think what you've proposed here and what you're trying to do is fantastic. I've said that from the get-go, and I have practically no concerns with what you have defined and what you want to do. My concern is that as a rezoning, even though you have absolutely, I believe, operated in total good faith to try to proffer it down, a rezoning is a permanent action that runs with the land, and so the reason we're here is because we love what you're doing with that historic mill, and the uses you're thinking of feel very appropriate for that property. But if we rezone it, then there's no guarantee once you're not there to protect it, that mill's going to stay. It becomes a commercial property, and it could be a, antique shop, it could be a library, it could be a winery. I appreciate all the proffers you've done to try to reduce the impact. I did have a question on one of the proffers, which is the getting permission for the events. As I read that, you're saying it can go for administrative review, but I wonder whether you mean by that the administrative reviewer would have the discretion to impose unlimited requirements, or would it just be whatever's allowed under the zoning ordinance as it exists? So for example, if somebody came in for a winery application, they wouldn't be allowed to have events there, so that would mean that might not have as much impact. So my concern remains, as I said before, that for a more intensive use than what you're proposing, the site, there's a road issue for me. Right there's a very tight curve right above it, and there's some concerns that it's right on the stream, although I suspect that could be mitigated. But again, your use, there's not a concern at all. I just feel that an adaptive reuse permit appropriately drafted might get to this, or you could proffer it in a way that you felt comfortable with that might get to it as well. But I just feel like this hasn't quite, because a rezoning is a forever kind of thing potentially. I still have concerns.
I guess part of it is the whole fact that everything's related to everything else. And this is, of course, one way that I've found that lines up that satisfies everybody and everything. And once you change one little thing, it's like, oh God, now somebody else has a problem with what I'm doing. So, I mean, that's part of it. And again, this is my kind of retirement job, so assuming I live long enough, this is gonna be the Appalachian Dulcimer Museum / cidery for decades, you know? So, yeah.
Mr. Kohler?
As I've said before, I think it's all great, I really like it. And I've always been concerned about rezoning things. I just feel like it's a very delicate subject that opens doors in other places and that we may not anticipate, that we may not anticipate on other properties, that type of thing. Sets precedents, but so I'm conflicted. I want you to succeed. I want you to have this and be able to do what you want to do. I understand Ms. Ishii's point about if it's a winery, or since a winery is permitted, it's a winery can pretty much do what it wants, as far as I.
Right. Yeah, but, I mean, I have gone down that route before, and having lots of winery events is dragging on you. So, you know, again, that thing I was saying a minute ago about, a few minutes ago about probably really just, and this is a couple of years down the line, maybe doing 2 events. So.
I guess what I'm getting at though is that in the future, if someone has you're going, and someone has a permit to have a winery there, basically, what does that just open the door to just about anything, just like it does every other winery?
It's not a farm winery.
It's not well, I forget what's.
We were going for a commercial winery.
Commercial.
It's limited. Can't do the unlimited stuff.
Let's take the comments. Mr. Kohler, if you want to make comments, please. If you have a direct question at the applicant,
so it is a, probably have, what's that, special exception for a farm winery?
So a farm winery would be allowed to do all manner of events, and you know, that's not my intention right now.
I think it was a typo, but I think the special exception would allow a farm winery.
Right, and a winery would be permitted by right if it's rezoned.
Right. And the difference between a winery, enlighten me, a winery can do.
Well, it has to do with immediately being able to produce from. I did plant an orchard back behind Estes Mill, but it'll take 5 years before any apples come from it. A winery allows me to buy apples immediately to produce this year, next year. So I doubt that I will go to a farm winery in 5 years. I'm probably just going to stick with the commercial winery and have those apples be my bonus apples.
I guess my question is, does a commercial winery have the right to have events unlimited or, no, I don't know the answer to that.
Well, if it does, what I'm proffering again is 1 to 2 events a year and going through Miss Summers for them.
Mr. Kohler, it's a separate use by, use under the zoning, the different charts of the zoning classification. I don't, based just on my recollection, I don't think by definition in our zoning ordinance that a commercial winery automatically by fiat allows you to have any number of unlimited events.
I don't think it does.
Because it's not
It happens that highway commercial permits festivals and events. It's a separate permitted by right use under the, and trying to be sensitive to that. That's why we've tried to proffer that down and not, and instead of having it just be a by right permitted use to basically, come up with an idea, and our idea was that, submitting an application for administrative approval to the zoning administrator.
But you're not limiting yourself at this time, right, to how many?
We didn't have it in that written proffer that you have before you. Since then, Mr. Hallberg's.
I'm happy to do it. Because again, most of the shows that will be inside. There'll be a limited number of people, so I know, it's a whole thing putting on a festival. So again, if I did 1 per year or 2 per year, that would be the max.
I'm not really worried about inside.
Right, of course.
Okay. That's all I have to do.
Sure.
So, I have not so much an issue as you've described it, mostly indoors, picking on the porch, 2 big events, but there's nothing tying this to that, other than just you saying that tonight, unless you would supplement the application, supplement your proffers. We started with the adaptive use for the museum and for events, and we approved the museum and denied the events at that time. Then it was a farm winery, and I know you were encouraged to rezone, which is why we're here. But now we have a winery with no restrictions, hours, operation, that kind of thing.
I did put in the hours of operation, which I think is.
I think I saw that for the museum, but it wasn't in the proper statement. I didn't think I saw that for a winery or for.
Yeah, that's for the all-encompassing.
So the lack of detail in the proffers, because what we're saying is kind of fine. The bigger picture is we have a list of uses that would be allowed, and we haven't had VDOT or the health department weigh in on this application. So I don't think they weighed in on the winery use or.
I think they did weigh in on the winery use.
I don't know that I saw that, maybe.
But I think it has public sewer, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You got public sewer.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be VDOT weighing in on, they haven't seen it since it was a museum. I didn't think they.
Right, no, I
commented on this.
have contacted Randy, but I haven't.
So without having that and then this list of uses that could be approved, I'm a little, I think it needs some beefing up.
I got accused of starting this rezoning direction at the last meeting by Mr. Kohler, and I stand by that decision because this gentleman has taken this building here, which is probably the oldest commercial, and maybe the oldest original building in Sperryville, and has tried to renovate it and create a adaptive reuse that matches the building and lends itself to a commercial use. And with his efforts in trying to preserve this building, I think it makes perfect sense to look at this from a rezoning standpoint. And with these properties he's offered, considering the fact that the property to the west of it is zoned industrial, the property across the river, the adjoining property, is all highway commercial. And over the last 10, 15 years on the commission at different times, we've discussed the highway commercial strip in Sperryville and trying to do something that would improve the viability of the strip. And historically, the strip in the last 30 years has been in decline based upon less people traveling to the park and over the mountain. And there's still a large number of properties up and down that strip that are abandoned or limited maintenance on them. There's been some new businesses come in, the 2 restaurants, antique tables made daily, some things like that. And there's a mixed use of things up and down that highway commercial area. And I think this property here is a wonderful addition, and the fact that it has public sewer, it has a state road that will serve as access onto the main artery of Route 211, and the profits he's offered, the hours of operation that applies to the business, and if he's willing to proffer that no more than 2 outside events per year with review by the zoning administrator of those events and VDOT approval, I think it's a workable solution, and it's good for tourism, it's good for the applicant, it's good for the property. And this is not a property, I know everybody's concerned about the rezoning, but this is not a property that sets out in the country surrounded by 10,000 acres of ag land. This is in the service district, it adjoins highway commercial, it adjoins industrial property, and I don't know how many people would want to live on a property that has an industrial right-of-way through it. So its use as a residential is not appropriate, not correct, not desirable. So I think this property is moving into a correct zoning, and why it wasn't zoned this way, when the maps were created, I don't know. I guess it's probably because the river was there. And when the river wasn't there, it would probably have the highway commercial. So I'm in support of this, and if my interpretation of his presentation of what he's proffering not to do, and with the proffer of his hours of operation, 2 events per year, I'm willing to approve that and pass it on.
Can I ask the zoning administrator if she happens to know, or if anybody happens to know, the public sewer there, are there any constraints on that in terms of increasing the use substantially? Right now, it's got a house with, 4 people living in it. So if you made it into a commercial property where you had lots of use of that, is there, I don't know how to.
I've actually talked with the Water and Sewer Authority, and I think we are going to put another tank in there to adjoin. So
That's less a zoning issue, and it's more an issue that does have to be addressed with the WSA. And that's very, in fact, it is very much an issue.
Okay, so, but we don't have anything in writing from them?
no, not yet, although I can get that.
Okay.
I think we've got approval there.
And the VDOT letter, is that in the, I just wasn't aware of that, is that in the file?
Oh, no, I've just contacted them. I mean, I haven't, I didn't submit anything to Michelle.
Got it, okay. Well, so, I would like to see those things, and again, I don't have an answer for you on how one protects that building, but, that would be something that would be very desirable, because the use of that continued that building was what we're all trying to get to, and.
I was just glad to get to it before it went down any further.
So, Ms. Fisher, do you want to make a recommendation to approve it with the stipulations that we talked about, plus the VDOT approval, to pass it on to the board? Do you want to make a recommendation to turn it down, one of the two?
I think I would, at this point, I would make a recommendation to turn it down.
Okay, you've heard the recommendations. Is there a second? 1, 2, 3. Dies first, lack of a second. Do you hear a motion to approve it?
I will move that we would approve the rezoning with the properties that he is public, and whatever further ones we can agree with him to do.
So, Mr. Berg, I think just to help clarify this where we are, he made a list of properties that's been submitted. He submitted his hours of operation. He stated verbally tonight of 2 events per year.
Yes.
And subject to consultation with the zone administrator to make sure he doesn't step across the wrong bridge and to have a record. And finally, he's going to document to the Board of Supervisors, VDOT, and have verification from WSA that there's sufficient capacity for the extra facilities.
Well, that would satisfy me just fine.
That's your motion. Is there a second to the motion? I'll make a second to the motion. Any discussion?
Does that mean, so is this that he revise the proffers and get VDOT's comments before scheduling it for a public hearing at the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Any more discussion? I guess a roll call vote. Mr. Burke?
Aye.
Ms. Isher?
Nay.
Mr. Kohler?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All righty. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Got one more? No more public hearings. Oh, we got it done. Let's move on.
We've got one more.
Yeah, we got it. We're recharged. It's after midnight. We're ready.
All right. The next item on the agenda is the preliminary review of the special use permit for Adam Hellman and both Lori and Redmond First Home. Ms. Summers, if you would do that first, please.
Thank you. This is a preliminary review for the commission tonight. They can decide to hold a public hearing at their next meeting, or they can direct this item onto the Board of Zoning Appeals.
The applicants have applied for a special use permit for a tourist home. The property is located at 25 Moon Road in Sperryville. The property is approximately 10 acres in size and is zoned agricultural. The health department commented they had no objections to the proposed use as a 2-bedroom short-term rental unit, and the applicant is, he or she is actually still awake.
Is there anything you would like to add? And thank you for your patience.
Thank you all for still being here. Where that was going to happen. No, I think it's late. If there are specific questions that I can answer or concerns that you have, I'm happy to do so. But if there aren't, then I'm happy to move on.
I don't have any specific questions. Perhaps we should run through our concerns and then you can answer anything specific before we schedule this. Thank you. Mary Catherine, this is your district. Do you have any thoughts about this one?
No, this is my district. How about that? I need to get
I believe it is.
Well, I'll go first.
It's down 231, correct?
It's right off of Meadows Road.
Yeah.
Okay. Pardon me. Well, nonetheless, I've looked at this, and I guess I had, again, questions, and just a couple of questions. Looks reasonably complete to me, but do we have my memory is here now, I'm fading here at the end, but a VDOT, any letter from VDOT on this?
We were told by the zoning administrator that VDOT no longer does that.
No longer what?
Does that.
Does that.
And I let her know she could be excused for a moment. I noticed that on her checklist that it was crossed out, so I believe that is correct, but we can verify that with the whole new form.
I think that was one question I had.
VDOT no longer is no longer to require to inspect the entrance and exit.
Correct. They view it the same as a single-family dwelling.
That was all I have to ask.
Thank you. Mr. Fuller?
It's a 2-bedroom house. And you said there's a king bed and a single bed with a trundle, which is something that pulls out from underneath it to make a double somehow.
To make actually a king if you pull them both.
Pulls out to a king, okay. Your septic is for 2 bedrooms? I'll have to ask the zoning administrator, is that, if it's 2 bedrooms, is that considered to be 4 people?
Yes.
So I think the 6 would be, is probably more than would be normal.
I thought we were approved for 6. Did they not put that?
It's based on the ordinance. So I would, I guess I would be, would suggest, unless you want to look at expanding the septic, I would suggest a 2-bedroom or 4 people. The only other question I have is in your great room, there's a very interesting looking staircase. I don't know if that's even our purview, but I don't know if the
That was a fantastic staircase. So I didn't realize that picture was in there. That has been replaced by a spiral staircase. We completed our application. I guess not completed our application. We submitted our application in July of last year. And then we were told to hold off because of some changes that might be coming with the acreage. And then when those changes came, and we had 6 acres at that time, we struggled for a while to figure out what we were going to do. And we called all of our neighbors, cold called them and said, hi, we're your neighbors. Do you have acreage that you could sell us? So that we could have 10, because we really don't want to have to sell our house. So I'm very sorry, I didn't catch that the wrong picture was still in there. There is now a spiral staircase. That was terrifying.
Yes.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was terrifying.
And your, I have another question, sorry. It's been late.
It's early now.
It slipped my mind now, I'm sorry. That's all I have for the moment, unless that comes back to me.
My comments are much of the same about the two-bedroom. One of the standard conditions that we recommend for these is that the maximum number of occupants not exceed 2 persons per approved bedroom. So I would say that we would continue with that. We also usually recommend conditions related to parking, be out of any required setback, and that you register annually with the Commissioner of Revenue, and that you implement safety measures, working smoke detectors, carbon monoxide. And in addition to the typical ones, I suggest we recommend what the Health Department recommended in their letter, and that's to replace the shoebox-style well cap with a vented and sealed cap.
We have that.
Okay.
I have these.
Perfect. You're way
And we
ahead
have
of us.
working smoke detectors and fire extinguishers.
And if I may, I did remember my last question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Palmer.
You have 2 lots, is that correct?
Yes.
So it's actually 2 separate building lots. It's not, or did you merge it into one lot?
We have not merged it into one lot. We didn't know that we needed to. We just bought. Like,
And does that meet
Some
our
3 weeks ago.
zoning that it's
Needs to be merged.
particularly 4 lot?
It needs to be merged.
It qualifies as it is?
It needs to be merged
Needs to be
together.
merged.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of that?
That's no big deal.
What's involved in merging?
Do a deed.
It's just,
Vacate it.
Yeah.
just really deep. It becomes one property if you do that.
so it's not one property if it's owned.
It
We
becomes
just talked to a number of people in Rappahannock that said, oh, I have lots of taxable lots. And I have one property.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know whether it needs to be merged or not. If you've got land use, you can have a joint lots and qualify for land use. So if you need to qualify for a transient dwelling like this one, you've got 2, you just can't build on the other lot.
I don't know.
Unless you
That's
give
why I
up,
put the other part.
unless you give up that lot.
Right, I mean, if we wanted to do something with the other lot, we'd have to come back to you and ask anyway, right? So,
I thought there was a requirement that you had 10 acres for this.
Right.
All
That's
of them.
When we were talking about amending this section of the ordinance months and months ago, we talked about allowing multiple parcels under same ownerships to qualify, but that's not in the ordinance today.
You're correct.
but is it in the ordinance the other way? I didn't see that it specified that they have to be merged.
Maybe if I read it for you, just to help speed along here.
Thank you, Mr. Card.
It says, in A and C zones, the minimum acreage requirement for tourist homes and bed and breakfast shall be 10 acres. Doesn't say anything about the parcel, 1 or 2 or 10. Right. So you'd have to bind both parcels with a permit, and then you have
I think this is very clean. I think we can send it on down the road. We don't need to address it. You want me to?
Mr. Byrd, did you have anything to add?
I do not. It seems to me a very reasonable and proper use of the property.
All of my concerns were addressed by Ms. Mead and Ms. Kohler, so I can just leave it at that. With that, do I have a motion regarding this application?
I move that we recommend that this be moved on to the Board of Zoning Appeals, and I would suggest that the issues raised by Ms. Mead be addressed, be highlighted as needing to be addressed. Does that make sense?
Can I ask what those are?
And then it would be consolidation of the parcels.
Can I ask for clarification about that? Do I have to consolidate parcels?
My reading of the ordinance, it doesn't say a parcel of 10 acres, it says you need to have 10 acres. So I think the application would have to be bound, will reference both parcels.
Correct.
So if you were to sell one, then you would use a permit.
Correct.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. Chris, don't leave us, man. Bad example. Don't leave us, man. Take it with Chris.
Come on, Chris, never
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience. Next up is BPA. The next item on the agenda is the preliminary review of the special exception for the Hendrickson Country Inn. Ms. Summers, if you would give us an introduction, please.
This is a preliminary review. The planning commission may decide to hold a public hearing at their next meeting. Carl and Don Hendrickson have applied for a special exception permit for Country Inn and supplement regulations. It's allowed by 170-3060 and in supplement regulations 170-65E. The property is 29 acres in size and it's zoned agricultural. The applicants have proposed to have overnight accommodations for six suites, which could accommodate 18 guests. VDOT's comments were included on board docs in which they needed additional information. I sent that to the applicants. And the health department also indicated that the owners had hired an engineer to check the septic systems to see if they can justify higher occupancy. Again, they usually figure 2 people per bedroom, which would limit them at 12 occupants, and I have not heard back from the health department. Any further questions? The applicants are here if any commissioner has any questions.
Mr. Hendrickson, do you have anything to add?
I have an answer to the, did you get VDOT's letter to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so I have our response to each one of those paragraphs. It's fairly lengthy. Some of them were questions that were asked of us. Others were comments. I'm going short here, sorry. Let me jump down here. Really, their questions were, I don't know if you've had a chance to read their questions, but Mr. Webb asks how he came to the conclusion of a 30-foot right-of-way is appropriate for the inn and for a farm winery. And we came to that conclusion by reading the July 1st, 2014 letter regarding the entrance for a 5-bedroom application by the prior owner. It was confirmed at the July 28th BZA meeting where the VDOT officials explained a turning lane in the 30-foot Clark Lane. In making my determination, the 200 vehicles per day capacity at the intersection, I again referred to the July 2014 letter where VDOT specifically references the last paragraph, a moderate volume commercial entrance. I used VDOT's definition in their documentation entitled Access Management Design Standards for Entrances and Intersections, Revision 1-15.
Well, I don't want to interrupt you, but you're reading this to us. I think this is all something you need to go back to VDOT, get this letter, and you need to hash that out with them to get what the reality is. I mean, we're not going to.
The reality is pretty clear.
Well, that's your side, but
I understand the side. The reality is pretty clear. The VDOT letter says.
So you need to hash that out.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrickson.
Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Henry, I believe this is in your district. Is it?
So has your permit been revoked by the BZA?
It has not.
What's the status there exactly?
They kicked the can down the road. They said.
Are you on probation or something? You're subject to execution later?
Subject to fulfilling this process here. That is going to the planning commission, and then we moved it from the BZA to a corporate, to a country inn. At the suggestion of our attorney. Our attorney suggested when he did the tour of the building, he said, this appears to be a significantly larger building than what he anticipated, so that we could go up to 18 guests. 6 rooms, 18 guests. The health department, I talked to Midge, and we have an engineer who, I have the letter, I didn't bring it with me, I thought the health department had forwarded that to you, but I do have an engineer's report certifying that the building can accommodate 21 people. 21 guests.
The Skyline Vineyard Inn, is that an LLC?
Yes, it is.
Are you and your wife the sole owners of the LLC?
Yes, we are.
And you're managing member and all that?
That's correct. That's correct. That's part of the other reason for moving it over to a country inn, because, again, on advice of council, your zoning ordinance says specifically that a bed and breakfast has to be owner occupied. And his interpretation of that in terms of the owner occupation is that it's an LLC. So you need an innkeeper to be running it rather than an owner occupant. And we would be the innkeepers. We are the innkeepers.
I don't have any more questions at this time.
Bird?
Are all of the prerequisites for country inn in terms of fire safety and that kind of thing, has that been worked out?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
Mrs. Sheets?
I have just again, a technical question, and I don't know if the zoning administrator can help, but as I read, I was looking at one section of our ordinance, section 170-65, E5, and this is additional standards for country inns. In no case shall the density of development as measured by two-person occupancy units exceed 8 units per 25 gross acres. So if you've got, if I'm reading that right, and I'm not quite sure how that is to be read, maybe Michelle can help, that if it's, you can have for 25 acres, up to 8 units, and each unit has 2, then that gives you 16 that you can have for a country, and you're asking for 18, and now you're saying it might be more. Does that?
No. The health department, the engineer that we had said the building has a capacity for 21 guests.
Okay.
We're not asking for that. That's just what we certified. Our calculation was not seeing that. Our calculation was 3 of the rooms have roll-out couches, so we can accommodate 4 people in each one of the rooms, and so we did the arithmetic that way.
Up to 18.
That's correct.
I just didn't know whether it actually met the ordinance's limitations on that.
The ordinance would limit it to 16.
Would limit it to 16?
Yes.
Okay, that would be fine. That would be fine.
And so, that's my own question for the moment.
Okay.
And the engineer is a septic engineer? Is that who you're
Yes.
talking about? Yeah.
It's got the police stamp, and I sent that off to Midge, and I should have brought it today, but I haven't.
Let's see, at this point, this is all preliminary, so we're just deciding whether to move this forward.
Yes, sir.
And VDOT is covered, we'll have to deal with VDOT on this. And I can't think of anything else at the moment.
I can't think of anything else at the moment either.
So the concerns I have are the intensity of the use, how many rooms it would be, and the number of guests that would indicate, and also the septic, we need clarification on that, and then to have this resolved with VDOT. So it's a question of timeline to move this forward.
Yeah, I don't believe it's ready for public hearing until we hear from the health department.
I would think we would want this squared up.
Because it was even the issue of, is the winery approved? And I think that was a whole part of VDOT's comment, I think. So just, I think we need their comments back before public hearing.
All right, do I have a motion?
That's my motion.
I second it.
All in favor of tabling this application? Aye. Any opposed? Thank
That could
you.
be the next meeting when you're meeting with all those.
It depends on when you have your stuff.
Hopefully you can be after the cell tower.
Check it out.
Thank you for your patience. last item on our agenda this evening, or one of the last items on our agenda this evening is the Happy Alley contract procurement preliminary review, but, oh, hi Don, I didn't see you coming in. How are you doing?
I've been here all night.
So have we.
Why you're not pushing snow either, are you?
No, you really need to start. I want,
If you would please, I'd like Ms. Summers to queue up this for us.
well, directly involved in what she's going to do.
Excuse me, I would ask you to have a seat while we wait and have this queued up. I did not realize you were here, I apologize, or I would not have started at this time. Ms. Summers?
I try to get this, this one this week. Okay, Mr. Cavielli, made application in January of 2019, which was reviewed by the Planning Commission at their March 20th, 2019 meeting, in which a motion was made to consider the application at a future meeting. Once there was a complete site plan, the motion carried with a vote of 6-0 without a completed site plan submitted to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission then at their June 19th agenda tabled this application after recent opinion from the county attorney on the clock of when the Planning Commission has action to take to the Board of Supervisors. State law does not have a required time limitation, and that clock doesn't start running until it's placed on the Board of Supervisors' agenda. So Mr. Capielli requested it be placed back on the agenda. He has submitted a site plan. I submitted, as of today, my comments regarding the site plan to the applicant and to all of you, and it's been placed on board docs if I can ever get it to load.
So this was placed on the agenda at the request of the applicant?
And after the opinion of the county attorney, I conferred with Mr. Curry, and it was our decision to put it back on the agenda at his request.
Do you have anything else to add?
Okay.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Capielli?
Yes. As to the last statement, I don't know if I should direct this to the entire board or just specifically to you.
Please address your comments to the board.
At the last hearing that I was here, it was tabled indefinitely, and it turns out that the decision to do so was contrary to the law. I couldn't tell you which number of what it was, but this was done by Mr. Goff, and it was submitted. I see that it's being dealt with as a new application again. At the this afternoon, I received an email at 3:45 that basically everything that I've already submitted since January, even though this is the original application, we're still on the original application, doesn't count. I think that all the information is there. I've spoken, I've had Mr. Bird there. Mr. Henry had told me that at one of the meetings in, I think it was June, that you wanted a stamped certified contractor's yard site plan, which was done. As a matter of fact, since 6:30 this evening, I was paying my surveyor, Mr. Clark, $150 an hour to sit here. I was told at 4 o'clock by Mr. Curry that the odds of my application even being heard this evening were very slim. At 11:30, or about 10:30, 11 o'clock, Mr. Clark had to leave. So all of the questions that were brought up, it appears that they've already been dealt with. I've tried to contact a number of you members to do what seems to be your preliminary walkthrough of sites, and for different reasons, vacations out of the country and marriages and so on and so forth, that wasn't able to happen. So I don't understand why each time there seems to be some new jack-in-the-box that appears. And I'd like to answer any of your questions, again, that we might have. I'd like to move this along if possible. Before the public hearing, I can get you, as you've done with other applicants tonight, proffers or information or anything like that that you need. I'm surprised, I mean, I met with Michelle and Mr. Kurz in person last Monday on the site for 3 hours, and not one of these questions was brought up whatsoever. So it's not like I'm not in communications, but to have this sent to me at 3:45 in the afternoon to say that you haven't told us how big the houses are going to be, or how many houses there's going to be, or where's the VDOT report, when it's clearly in the file. The VDOT's already been contacted months and months ago, and VDOT had said they would look at it after I got the contractor's yard permit, not before. So I'm sure that you've all read this letter, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Mr. Cavallari?
I think we have one housekeeping item that I just wanted to do before we get too far into this. I did want to just let Mr. Cappielli know that we did amend the agenda before the meeting started, at the beginning of the meeting, to make this an old business item, because it is indeed old business. So that has been corrected. And we did table it unanimously at our, the last time we dealt with this item. So I believe before we get into this too far, if we intend to take this matter up, we need to take this item from the table. I need a motion to take this item from the table before we get into discussion of it. Because it has been.
Begin discussion or begin?
To begin discussion. Because we tabled it, we need to untable it.
Okay, all right. I make a motion, we untable it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So, since it's Hampton District again.
Yes, sir.
I think Ms. Summers created an exceptionally good detailed letter today that goes into the shortcomings and deficiencies in the site plan. And I think you need to work through those items in the next month. I mean, I know you disagree with them, some of them, and you need to talk to her and, work out these to where we have a site plan waiting in front of us next month that meets the letter of the regulation. I think that says it all right there.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Byrd? Mayor Catherine?
No, I think Michelle raised those issues, they're probably, I would want to see those addressed.
Mr. Hall? You have anything?
I would say that, I would prefer to come to see your property once the application is in motion, not before. You would call, a week ago or something, and it didn't seem appropriate for me to come until we knew what we were doing here.
Is this the point where I'm allowed to answer that question? I keep on getting stopped being told it's not the moment, so I get asked. I looked at this list. I didn't see one question on it that has not already been answered in writing over the last 9 months. Not one. More importantly, each time that it is submitted, or been submitted, you've received, I'm thinking, I can't read it right now, but I'm thinking right off the top, there was something about the ownership of the property, so on and so forth. 2 things. One, I know that I have submitted that multiple times to you. In fact, we're in court right now, in criminal court.
Please address your comments to the board.
Oh, okay. We're in criminal court with the county. And the county has done the research on their own in order to have the charging documents. So, and it's the same person that handles your paperwork for this board. So not having them is not true.
Can I interject?
I think we better move it along. I don't want this to be a tit for tat. And I apologize that it had started that way.
I think we can debate this all evening, item by item, and all night. But I think that letter is very detailed, and I think it invites you to come and work out. If you disagree, come out and work out anything you disagree with Ms. Summers over the next couple of weeks. And if you have deficiencies that is recognized, then you have your engineer change them, and we can have a site plan next month. That's what's going to happen.
Okay.
Well, I would agree. I think the clear, concise list gives us a chance to hone in on the answers that we've been seeking. And also, I would hope before we move too much further along that we would expect all the violations to be remedied before we would take something under serious consideration. Do I have a motion in regards to this application?
Can I ask any questions before you go further? This list that I've received, is there anything else other than just that list?
If Ms. Summers finds something else she forgot to see, it might get bigger.
And I would add that this is a process, and this is still the preliminary hearing part of the process. So yes, there may be other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we table the consideration of this until we get site plans.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, let's get on to the last few items on the agenda. There's a few informational items. One is the list of zoning ordinance amendments, and the other is the review comments from the Berkeley group that we received the other day. If you haven't had a chance already, I urge you to acquaint yourself with those comments. They reflect a lot of positive progress and also a few things that we probably want to address in the near future. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn if no one has anything else to add. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?